ZE, was die Zederfeld jetzt ist. Genau. Die ist die einzige, die einen weggebracht hat von unseren Unternehmen.
Yeah, they're just getting people to settle down. I am left-handed.
Yeah. A lot of delegations.
Good morning. Could I please ask you to take your seats, and then we will start in about a minute. Welcome to the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament here in Vienna. Mr. President of the Australian National Council, Madam Director General of the United Nations Office at Vienna, Mr. President of the IPU, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, dear Speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to be opening the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament here in Vienna. I'd like to begin by thanking the Parliament of Austria for hosting this very special occasion that brings us all together. While many of our parliaments have learned to adapt to virtual settings, speaking to you here today reminds me of the unique and irreplaceable value of in-person gatherings. Finally, being in the company of fellow speakers of Parliament, I feel the significance of what we have been through during the past year and a half of the pandemic, and of the decisions we have had to make to come this far. Preparations for the summit and the Speakers' Conference was a months-long process comprising several virtual meetings of the Preparatory Committee, involving representatives of parliaments from all over the world. I would like at this point to extend my and our gratitude to the IPU Secretariat for their good work and support preparing this summit. While we have achieved a lot to arrive at this point, the real work for us starts today. The theme of today's summit is Women at the Center, from confronting the pandemic to preserving the achievements of gender-responsive recovery. The outcomes of today's deliberations will contribute to the proceedings of the Fifth World Conference of Speakers of Parliament, taking place tomorrow and Wednesday. And the empowerment of this gives us an opportunity to make gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls a priority on the agenda of all parliaments, especially as we recover from the pandemic. As many of you know, women have been a key strength in our collective confrontation of the pandemic, but this has largely gone unrecognized. The crucial role of women from all walks of life in pandemic response and recovery is something we want to recognize today. Due to lockdowns, women have been taking on a larger share of unpaid domestic care work. They do 2.6 times more unpaid care and domestic work than men. Women are also prominent on the front lines of the pandemic. They make up 70% of the world's health and social care workforce. In addition, more women than men are employed in the informal sector, which holds up the economy in many developing countries. In many ways, we have seen that women are sacrificing their health and safety for the well-being of society, but they are not always adequately supported, paid, nor protected. As always, these gendered impacts are felt more harshly by women in difficult circumstances, those in situations of displacement, women with disabilities, young women, elderly women, and indigenous women. Thus, as leaders of Parliament, we must act now to recognize the unique role of women. We must also determine how we can preserve our progress towards gender equality in recent decades through a gender-responsive recovery from the pandemic. The gendered impacts of the pandemic require gender-responsive actions. They also require strong and inclusive leadership. Women's leadership in decision-making is particularly important around times of crisis. For example, greater gender equality in legislators and female-headed health agencies were associated with earlier adoption of stay-at-home orders during the pandemic. Earlier this year, the IPU released a publication on women in Parliament. It revealed that the global proportion of women in Parliament has reached a record 25.5%, and 20.9% of all speakers of Parliament in the world are women. Even if we must aim towards an even better gender balance, more women than ever before are at the highest levels of political power. However, women's participation and leadership in politics has not been saved from the impact of COVID-19. Progress remains slow and in some cases has reversed. We have seen that COVID-19 disrupted parliamentary elections and created more obstacles for women running for office. Reports of online violence and harassment against women in politics have increased. Thus, as women speakers of Parliament, we must ensure that a key element of gender equal recovery agenda is to ensure gender parity in political participation and leadership. Gender-balanced parliaments translate to more gender-responsive policies that can help with the holistic recovery from the pandemic. As leaders in Parliament, we must strive to make our institutions gender-sensitive by creating and enabling environment for all. We must legislate measures that level the playing field and open politics to women from diverse backgrounds. We must address the barriers that deter or limit gender equality, including gender-based discrimination, sexism, and harassment. Our influence should also extend to the global community, especially to countries where women are in danger. We are hearing chilling reports of women's rights and freedoms in Afghanistan being threatened. While some have fled the country, women MPs and activists have stayed, risking their lives to protect the rights of women and girls. These individuals are calling on the international community for support, and it is our duty to answer the call. As the country aims to build a new future, we need to ensure women and girls retain access to health and education in order to prevent a lost generation of girls and young women. This is a great threat to gender equality and to the advancement of the country as a whole. Dear colleagues and friends, as we begin the exciting debates for today, keep in mind that no recovery agenda can succeed without going hand in hand with the gender equality agenda. Only then can we properly address and reflect the demands of society during this transformative time. Only then can we create more efficient, effective, and legitimate political institutions that can withstand future crises. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a fruitful debate. Dear colleagues, I am pleased to give the floor to Mr. Wolfgang Sobotka, the President of the Austrian National Council, who is our gracious host for this event. Mr. Sobotka, the floor is yours.
Sehr geehrte Präsidentinnen, werte Vorsitzende, die Präsidentin des norwegischen Parlaments, sehr geehrter Herr Präsident Pacheco, werte Generaldirektorin Valli, Präsidentin Cederfeld und vor allem auch die Sonderbeauftragte der UNO, Herr Patten, ist herzlich begrüßt, sehr geehrter Generalsekretär von der UPI. Österreich wurde schon vor der Pandemie ausgewählt als Austragungsort der 13. Frauenkonferenz, des 13. Frauengipfels und der 5. Weltkonferenz. Österreich ist gerne ein Ort für das Zusammenkommen internationaler Politik, ist ein Konferenzort. Österreich möchte den Dialog unterstützen zwischen den Nationen und vor allem Österreich möchte seine Funktion als Brückenbauer, so wie in der Vergangenheit, auch jetzt und auch in Zukunft wahrnehmen. Im Vorjahr hatten wir den ersten Teil unserer Konferenz. Den konnten wir nur virtuell abhalten. Aber seit jeher ist das Eigentliche von Parlamenten, persönlich zusammenzukommen. Nicht nur zu reden und zu Diskussionen, sondern zu vielen bilateralen Gesprächen, zu Gesprächen am Rande von Sitzungen. Sie machen das Wesentliche des Parlaments aus, gemeinsame Wege zu finden. Und daher freue ich mich ganz besonders, dass Sie es nicht gescheut haben, heute nach Wien zu kommen. Trotz der Umstände, trotz der Pandemie, trotz der Restriktionen, die wir leider Gottes noch immer haben und trotz der gesundheitspolitischen Maßnahmen, die wir setzen müssen. Ich darf Präsident Pacheco und seinem Team ganz, ganz herzlich danken. Ihr habt eine ganz hervorragende Arbeit in den vergangenen Wochen, Monaten geleistet und gerade auch in der Vorbereitung hier vielen herzlichen Dank. Ich darf heute die Grüße unserer zweiten Präsidentin des Nationalrates überbringen. Und ich tue das besonders gerne, denn sie würde gerne hier sein. Sie hatte im Vorjahr bereits die Pandemie und hat auch Langfolgewirkungen zu gewärtigen. Und deshalb ist sie in diesen Tagen auf Rehabilitation. Sie sehen, wie tückisch letztendlich diese Krankheit ist. Frau Präsidentin Bures lässt Sie alle, Ihre Kolleginnen, ganz, ganz herzlich grüßen. Und ich habe ihr das auch geschrieben und sie hat mir das auch bestätigt, dass es ihr ein großes Anliegen wäre, heute bei Ihnen zu sein. Das nächste Mal wird sie wieder sicherlich dabei sein. Die Pandemie ist nicht vorbei. Die Auswirkungen werden wir noch lange spüren. In unseren Parlamenten werden wir noch lange diskutieren, welche sozialen, wirtschaftlichen und politischen Maßnahmen zu setzen sind. Wir haben viele Erkenntnisse gewonnen, positive, aber auch negative. Aber eines, was sicherlich für alle enorm positiv zu bewerten ist, dass ein Impfstoff in so kurzer Zeit durch eine weltweite Anstrengung gefunden werden konnte, mehrere Impfstoffe, die heute allen zur Verfügung stehen. Und ich hoffe, dass aufgrund dieses Zusammenhaltens der Weltgemeinschaft auch zukünftige Probleme gemeinsam einer Lösung zugeführt werden können. Und dazu ist der interparlamentarische Dialog, der Dialog zwischen den Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentariern ein wesentlicher. Und es gibt immer drängende Fragen, die es zu besprechen, zu diskutieren und letzten Endes auch eine Entscheidung zuzuführen gibt. Eine Frage, die alt ist, aber nicht minder aktuell, ist die Gleichstellung von Frauen und Männern. Auch in unseren Parlamenten blicken wir zurück in die letzten 100 Jahre, da hat sich doch einiges getan. Vor 100 Jahren kämpfte man in Österreich um das Wahlrecht. Heute sind wir stolz, dass wir 40% unserer Parlamentarier der Weiblichkeit zurechnen können. Aber es ist noch nicht der Ausgleich erreicht, der notwendig ist, um die Gesellschaft im Ganzen zu repräsentieren. Und die Frau Präsidentin hat es bereits erwähnt, wir haben circa ein Viertel aller Parlamentarierinnen sind bereits weiblich. Auch wenn es da und dort Rückschläge gibt, es geht sicherlich vorwärts. Und wenn ich als Angehörige des männlichen Geschlechts auch nicht ihre persönlichen emotionalen Erfahrungen teilen kann und empfinden kann, so weiß ich doch, dass es gerade in den Männern liegt, genügend Aufmerksamkeit zu haben und Wertschätzung, was notwendig ist, um diese Gleichstellung auch zu erreichen. Insbesondere, was jetzt gerade den Hass im Netz betrifft. Wenn wir uns ansehen, dass rund die Hälfte von unseren Parlamentariern mit physischen Gewaltanwendungen bedroht wurde, ja sogar mit Vergewaltigung und auch Tod. Wenn wir sehen, dass sie oft nur wegen ihres Geschlechts adressiert werden und auf ihre geschlechtlichen Auswirkungen bzw. Merkmale reduziert werden. Wenn die Hälfte von sexuellen Belästigungen betroffen sind, dann wissen wir, dass vieles noch zu tun ist. Zu tun vor allem von auch einer männlichen Gesellschaft. Es liegt an uns, dass wir es nicht nur verurteilen und verhindern, sondern sanktionieren und dass wir unser Verhalten, das männliche Verhalten gegenüber Frauen auch ändern. Und da haben die Parlamente eine gehörige Verantwortung in der Zukunft, Initiativen zu setzen, den Mindset zu ändern, aber vor allem auch gesetzliche Rahmenbedingungen für das Sanktionieren zu schaffen. Die Gleichstellung von Frauen in aller Welt, sie zu fördern, sie zu verteidigen und Unrecht auch tatsächlich zu benennen, gehört zu der wesentlichsten Aufgabe von uns Parlamentariern. Der Verfolgung und der Gewalt gegenüber Frauen und Mädchen entgegenzutreten, gerade auch in diesen Zeiten, erfordert ein klares Bekenntnis, damit Schutz und Respekt gegenüber Frauen auch gewährt ist. Wir sehen, dass die Pandemie, und auch das haben Sie, Frau Präsidentin, bereits erwähnt, nicht vorbei ist. Und wir sehen, dass die Ungleichheiten gestiegen sind. Sie haben es erwähnt, 70% der Frauen sind in den in den Pflegebereichen tätig und haben dort eine besondere Last zu tragen. Homeschooling, wer hat das gemacht in den Vergangenheiten? Wer hat sich darum gekümmert, die Pflege auch zu Hause umzusetzen und hier Verantwortung zu übernehmen? Es waren im Wesentlichen die Frauen. Und sie leisteten unbezahlte Sorgearbeit. Unbezahlt, auch ein größeres Pensum zu bewältigen, heißt auf der anderen Seite auch für seine Erwerbstätigkeit weniger Zeit zu haben. Und das wird noch ökonomische Folgen haben und das wird auch soziale Folgen noch haben. Daher wird es an uns liegen, dass wir dieser Entwicklung nicht nur Einhalt gebieten, sondern sie wieder zurückbringen, trotz der Pandemie. Die Parlamente können hier Schritte setzen. Und Sie alle wissen, dass wir die Konvention von Istanbul nicht nur unterzeichnen sollen, sondern sie auch leben. Was es heißt, der Prävention dementsprechend Raum zu geben, was es heißt, den Opferschutz auszubauen, was es heißt, eine effektive Strafverfolgung zu gewährleisten. Aber das alles, um ganz bewusst zu sein, muss auch einhergehen mit einer Veränderung unseres Verhaltens. Ich danke Ihnen, dass Sie gekommen sind trotz dieser großen Herausforderungen. Ich freue mich auf Ihre Beiträge. Behalten Sie Österreich und Wien in guter Erinnerung und nehmen Sie das mit, auch in der Diskussion in Ihre Parlamente. Wir werden nicht müde werden, diese Gleichstellung nicht nur einzufordern, sondern all das zu tun, um sie auch zu leben.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sobotka, for your important and inspiring message. Lastly, I give the floor to Mr. Duarte Pacheco, the President of the IPU and a Member of Parliament from Portugal. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Speaker Trøen, Madam Chair of the Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament, a word to our host, Speaker Sobotka. It's a pleasure to be here. Madam Director General of the United Nations Office in Vienna, dear Secretary General, our friend Martin Chundong, dear Speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I am so glad to see you in person. I am, believe me, a little bit tired of seeing many of you just online. To see the faces of you is completely different. We won the battle of the virus, and we are here. We wait so many times for the day that is possible to meet again in person. And so here we are in one initiative of IPU to discuss one of the most important matters to the IPU, the gender equality, not just in our society, but also in politics. And so, thank you so much for attending the meeting and to travel from your own countries to Austria, and of course, a special word to all the efforts, to the battle. It was a battle that, but we won to organize the meeting. So thank you so much, Speaker Sobotka, for your welcome in your country, in your city. And dear friends, we struggle for nearby 2 years with a pandemic. Affects people's health and well-being, and affects society and the economy. The crisis increases inequalities. And we saw, and we know, that increase also the gender gap in our societies. It happened, a crisis never is neutral. The same with this pandemic. And so, with all the lockdowns, many businesses disappear, and the people that are more affected are women and girls. And we never should forget it. But also, we understand that in front line, in this battle, where women in hospitals, in all health centers, you have a special role to win this battle. Thank you so much for everything you have done to win this pandemic and to win the war against this virus. And so, of course, it's important, your first session, a tribute to our heroes. Yes, many women are real heroes, and we should recognize it. And the debate is important, because this way you will reflect the real world situation and will understand and how crucial were the role of women in our society. But if you pay a tribute to our heroes, it's important also the second item that we will discuss in your summit. Women in the post-pandemic recovery, preserving achievements, furthering process. Because we are happy, because we won the battle, but we need to think in our future. And it was so bad that many years of progress in gender equality disappeared in just 2 years. So we need to think to the front. We need to think to the future. And we understand that if you represent women more than 50% of the population, if you were the majority in front line during this war, we have just 25% of women in parliaments. 25%. So we have a long way to have a clear parity in the representation. But also, we understand that parliaments should keep their efforts in preventing and addressing the violence against women that happened during this pandemic. Just not in real, but also in online space. And of course, to create a more sensitive, more inclusive models of gender institutions in our societies. Because we have a lot of legislation that are not inclusive, and we still have, in many countries, laws that will discriminate women, not just in labor work, but also in many places. So we have a lot to do. This pandemic has shown us that it's possible to win if we work together. This pandemic showed to all of us that we should believe in multilateralism. That if we work alone, never had happened. The same in these issues. Just with a collaboration between all of us, just with the work that we may do together, it will be possible to have progress in these issues, to have a more inclusive and gender society. But we never forget that in some democracies, or better, in some countries, the pandemic was one excuse also to fight and to create measures against the rules of democracy. And we should say it clearly, because we defend democracy always. And nowadays, a special word needs to be given to your colleagues, to our colleagues in Afghanistan, because we should defend all the parliamentarians and women parliamentarians elected in Afghanistan, because we don't know exactly what will happen to all of them. And so, dear friends, colleagues, we may talk, but we are not just common persons. You are speakers of parliaments. So you have a special role. You have some power. You have power in your hands to change the situation. That's why your role, your work is so important. Not just by words, by example, but by everything you can do in your own countries to have a more inclusive society. This is what we wish. That's why we are so committed in this summit. That's why we are here. That's why we will work together strong with IPU. Dear friends, I believe that from this meeting, we will have an agenda that we can transport to your own countries to achieve the targets we wish. I will wait for it. I look forward to your deliberations. I believe that you will work very strongly during these days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your clear and good message. And we count on your continued support. Dear colleagues, let us now listen to Ms. Ghada Fatih Ismail Vali, the Executive Director of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and the Director General of the United Nations Office in Vienna, who will be delivering her keynote address. Ms. Wally, the floor is yours.
Mr. Trøen, Ms. Trøen, Speaker of the Parliament of Norway and the distinguished chair of this summit, Mr. Sobotka, President of the National Council of Austria, Mr. Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, distinguished speakers and members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor to address the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament, and I'm very grateful for your invitation. You will find that our speeches are very similar, which means that our ideas are similar, that we know what needs to be done, and what we need to do is really walk the talk. Allow me to take a moment to celebrate and commend you and all those who have kept the world going throughout the pandemic, the women leaders and politicians who steered countries firmly and humanely while facing a new and unknown threat, the women who shouldered the burden of unpaid care work at home, the women who make up 70% of workers in vital health and social sectors, and the many other heroes, too numerous to name, both women and men, including the men who have supported women to lead and make their essential contributions. I believe women parliamentarians represent crucial agents for the progress we need, and I'm pleased that we can come together to discuss how we can keep women and their voices, rights, and contributions at the center in the post-pandemic recovery and beyond. To begin, let's start with numbers. Numbers matter. This year, on International Women's Day, we welcomed the highest ever number of women parliamentarians, with the global average rising to 25.5%, not nearly high enough, but still a needed improvement. Women parliamentarians are gaining the critical mass and the power to enlarge the space for action, to influence legislation, strengthen oversight, and create the conditions for further change and progress. In my own country, Egypt, women's representation in Egypt's parliament reached history highs after a constitutional amendment was approved in 2020 to allocate 1/4 of seats in the House of Representatives to women. A further presidential decree appointing 20 women to the Senate doubled women's representation in the upper chamber. Still not enough. I'm a firm believer in affirmative action and quotas. Numbers matter, and we need to do more to get more women in parliaments, governments, and business, and in leadership roles. As Ruth Bader Ginsburg has said, women belong in all places where decisions are being made. It shouldn't be that women are the exception. Numbers can also help us to understand our world by providing a snapshot of the challenges women are facing. And the data shows us that progress towards Sustainable Development Goal 5 on gender equality has stalled or fallen back in the pandemic. According to ILO, men will regain the jobs they lost, but 13 million women who worked in 2019 will be without employment in 2021. More women, and up to 92% in developing countries, are employed in the informal sector without social protection. Exclusion from formal social safety nets and public support in a pandemic has left many millions more vulnerable to exploitation. The pandemic has further exposed and worsened cruel inequalities, and severe vaccine inequity is perpetuating the crisis and hardship. Just 2% of the over 5 billion COVID vaccine doses administered globally have been given in Africa. 42 out of 54 African countries are off track to meet vaccination targets. For every 100 men aged 25 to 34 living in extreme poverty in 2021, there's an estimated 118 women. If we cannot stop new variants and new waves of the virus, COVID will continue to widen the gender and the poverty gap. Moreover, sheltering at home has not helped to shelter women from domestic violence, with reports of increased violence against women at a time when pandemic restrictions have reduced access to justice, aid, and services. Even before the current crisis, 1 in 3 women experience different forms of violence in their lifetime. And I have to stop here and thank Mr. Sobotka for recognizing this and for mentioning the role of men in protecting women. Thank you. More than 80% of female homicide victims die at the hands of their intimate partners. Numbers matter, but we must also remember that global averages do not give us the full picture. We need to dig deeper, to see and hear the true stories of women and girls in different places, to understand their specific challenges so we can provide meaningful support. And what we see in many parts of the world is that the basic security and human rights of women and girls are under threat. Even as we meet here, women and girls in Afghanistan are facing daunting risks and an uncertain future. Millions of people have been displaced. 80% of the newly displaced are women and children. In recent conflicts in Africa, rape and sexual violence are being used as weapons of war, brutally destroying lives and tearing apart families and communities for generations. If we are serious about leaving no woman and no girl behind, we need countries to take concerted action across the UN pillars to provide security, to protect human rights, and to confront inequalities through a renewed commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. First and foremost, if we want more women in parliaments, in governments, and in business, we must empower girls from the moment they are born. Governments, communities, mothers and fathers need to give girls the opportunity to go to school, to get to school safely and without fear of harassment, to play sports and compete, to learn skills, to gain self-confidence and find their path in life. While this may sound basic and natural in many developed countries, it's not in less developed countries or in countries in conflict. Increased support is urgently needed, and here comes your role. 130 million girls worldwide were already out of school before the pandemic, and 11 million girls may not return to education after the disruption caused by the crisis. I therefore call on all parliamentarians to do more to advance girls' access to education and to advance girls' access to training. Second, parliamentarians can promote greater justice in the COVID response and recovery by helping to ensure that relief packages meet the needs of women and girls, by prioritizing issues of safety and by tackling gender-based violence. Studies from the World Bank have shown that legislation protecting women from violence positively influences economic outcomes. There are more women owners of businesses where workplace sexual harassment laws exist. Legislation to protect women from gender-based violence and sexual harassment is associated with improvements in gender equality and a reduction in discrimination in the labor market. Advancing laws that protect and empower women in line with international commitments and UN conventions is good for men and women, and better for our economies and societies as a whole. Third, we need to take determined steps to strengthen implementation and enforcement in order to translate this legislation into effective practice. To do this, my office, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, provides normative assistance to countries across our mandate areas of drugs, organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. Our work builds on the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime and Corruption, the International Drug Control Conventions and Legal Framework Against Terrorism, and the UN Standards and Norms on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice. UNODC legislative assistance is complemented by research and technical assistance, channeled through global, regional, and country programs, and a field presence covering 156 countries. Our office has collaborated closely with IPU to strengthen international cooperation and national responses based on shared legal frameworks. These efforts include our continuing initiative to support victims of terrorism, including victims of sexual gender-based violence. I am committed to elevating our partnership further still. Working together, we can enable and enhance the work of parliaments to tackle organized crime, illicit drugs and terrorism, and to promote rule of law and rights-based responses to crime prevention, criminal justice, and other challenges. Parliamentarians are also central to preventing and combating corruption and strengthening accountability in the management of public finances, a discussion UNODC will take forward at the 9th session of the Conference of the State Parties to the UN Convention Against Corruption in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in December 2021. Furthermore, UNODC and IPU are exploring a new and expanded framework to provide comprehensive and integrated assistance to parliamentarians, and we are pursuing enhanced cooperation with regional parliamentary assemblies as well. Fourth and finally, on a more personal note, I would like to speak about the role of women leaders and parliamentarians in changing the way women and girls view themselves in this world. In my work and in my personal experiences, I have seen how women can touch and change lives by acting as role models, by speaking up for each other, and by supporting other women. US tennis player Serena Williams is a 23-time Grand Slam champion who understands that being excellent in competition does not mean bringing other women down. She said, and I quote, "The success of every woman should be the inspiration to another. We should raise each other up." If women parliamentarians are to act as inspirations and catalysts for change, we need to see more women helping women to get elected and get inside parliaments. We need more women helping women within parliaments, bridging ideological divides to champion the legislation and priorities that matter more than politics. We need women to help women between parliaments across the world. Networks are essential conduits for learning, sharing know-how, and mentoring for everyone, and especially for women. In this regard, this summit and this week offer a timely and much-needed platform for exchanging views and experiences, and for uniting action for gender-responsive global governance. And as Mr. Pacheco has eloquently said it, if we walk alone, we walk fast, but if we walk together, we walk farther. I also welcome the fact that the deliberations of the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament will feed into the 5th World Conference starting tomorrow. Gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls on the agenda of all parliaments and parliamentarians, men and women. Gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls belong on the agenda of all parliaments and parliamentarians, men and women. Women need to support other women, and men need to do more to support women, to encourage and work with them, thereby enlarging the public and political space for women to act and lead with confidence for the benefit of all and leaving no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, these past 2 years have brought unspeakable tragedy and continued suffering. They have shaken the foundations of our societies to their very core. At the same time, the pandemic has shown the value of women's leadership and the value of women's work. Throughout the crisis, women have kept hospitals and homes running and hopes alive. The world as we know it has changed forever, and it's up to us to change it for the better. We need you. We need you, women speakers, women parliamentarians, legislators, leaders, community members, mentors, and role models, now more than ever, for peace, people, and planet. I look forward to joining forces with you to make our world safer, more resilient, and more just. And I look forward to seeing you again at the next summit, which will only grow in size and strength as more women speakers and women parliamentarians join your ranks and take action. Thank you once again for inviting me, and I wish you successful and impactful deliberations this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Waller, for your inspiring message. And now we'd like to request for a group photo to document this very special day and everyone here present. And we will do it like this. Colleagues, I will ask you to stand up on the right side of your chair. And now I will also ask those of you who are here with me on the panel to join me in the room. And the photographer will be here on the stage, so it's easy to see where you should actually look.
No, not ready, not ready. Please, all delegates in the back for the picture.
Then I'll just introduce the coffee break. Before we dive into the lively debates, we will be having a short 15-minute coffee break. So I hope we can be back here to continue the session in 15 minutes. Thank you. Back here.
I've chosen this special night and this special place. This place, the Bella Food. Yeah. You see, there'll be no interruptions tonight. So turn your phone off. Just sit back and relax. I want you to free your mind tonight. Leave your troubles at the door. Sending this.
Hello. Okay, dear colleague speakers, I would like you all to take your seats again. Okay. Then I would like to say welcome back to my colleague women speakers. Please take your seats and we will continue. Okay. Okay, yes. Okay, welcome back, dear women speakers. Could I please ask you to sit down? At this point, we should have had an interesting insight from Ms. Fawzia Koofi, the renowned Afghan politician and peace negotiator. Unfortunately, she did not manage to come to our summit today. But the good part is that she will come tomorrow, and she will be here tomorrow and the day after. So it will be possible to hear her remarks and to talk to her. Okay, dear colleagues, it's now time to embark on the main part of our summit, the interactive debates. The first session is entitled Women in the Pandemic, a Tribute to Everyday Heroes. It aims to take stock of, recognize and pay tribute to women from all walks of life who have been instrumental in confronting the COVID-19 pandemic. To get the ball rolling, we will be hearing some introductory remarks by Ms. Hedy Fry, a Canadian Member of Parliament, and the Special Representative on gender issues at the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE. Ms. Fry can't be with us in person today, but has recorded a video message for us. And can we now run the video, please?
Dear colleagues, my name is Hedy Fry, and it's my pleasure to welcome you virtually to the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament and to this particular session, Women in the Pandemic, a tribute to everyday heroes. I am Special Representative on Gender Issues for the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, and I've also served as Member of Parliament in Canada since 1993, becoming the oldest sitting Member of Parliament, female Member of Parliament in Canadian history. COVID pandemic actually showed us very clearly that women are vulnerable. And we knew it intuitively, we knew it in many ways, but it really highlighted the vulnerability at the same time. It made it very clear that women are essential if our society is to function. They're essential in every way. These are people who stood the ground, who stayed in precarious jobs, who actually worked when they were tired and depressed and were running the risk of catching COVID, who stayed the course, who did the everyday necessities to keep our society running. And so I say, let us pay tribute to those unsung heroes, those quiet people who just continue to do the things that we expect them to do. Let's just look at women in the healthcare sector, for instance. And these are the heroes I want us to celebrate first. They are the professional caregivers who work in the sector. They are the doctors and the nurses and the therapists and all of the people who work in this sector as professional health caregivers. We also want to look at the women who work in the informal healthcare sector, who aren't professionals in healthcare, but they're the women who provide the food, who work in the kitchen to ensure that the place is clean, who work in janitorial service, who work in very low paying jobs, while at the same time taking the risk of catching COVID, passing on COVID, and having to deal with all of that, and then go home to their families at the end of the day. Female leaders in the healthcare sector have highlighted the value of women's leadership. Consider, for example, the excellent work of Canada's Chief Medical Officer and the head of South Korea's Center for Disease Control. Both of these are women, and they are dealing with that daily stress and that daily burden of making sure that the healthcare system works to protect and to support citizens. And when we celebrate those women leaders, we must also acknowledge that women remain underrepresented in healthcare at the top of the food chain, at the decision-making places where women can actually drive what we do to deal with this pandemic. So let's celebrate women in the healthcare sector. And then let's celebrate women and the unpaid care work that women had. And so they had to go to work, they had to come home, and they had to cook, and they had to take care of the kids, and they had to do all of those things. That unpaid care work increased during the pandemic. The women who were able to work from the home also had to be school teachers. And so these are the heroes that we're talking about here. When we look at women in the high-risk sectors, the employment sectors, we want to pay tribute to the women in sectors that were severely impacted. These are the grocery sector, the retail sector, the tourism sector. These women lost their jobs through no fault of their own because of sectors closed down, and they had to lock down because of this. And this is particularly troubling because women are at greater risk than men of being unable to support themselves during crises, and if their families experience a sudden loss of income during an economic downturn, they sometimes are the first ones to be the people who lose their jobs. And finally, without being too self-serving, I want to celebrate the heroes of women in politics. In Canada, we know that women here got threatened immediately COVID began. For whatever reason, there was hate directed at these women. Threats were given at them, threats of death, threats of life, of altering their lives, threats to their families, because they were decision makers in Parliament in this time of crisis. They are women in positions of power who have been demonstrating the value and importance of their voices, and I want to add women journalists to this group. The presence of these female leaders increases the diversity of perspectives when we make decisions, and yet it has become precarious work for many of us now. And I want to acknowledge the work of journalists and parliamentarians, including women speakers of parliament, who played a critical role during the pandemic, who protected our democracies by ensuring that the public health responses that governments made were accountable, were transparent, had that oversight to make sure that parliaments continue to work as well as they could. And finally, I want to say that why we pay tribute. Tribute is about lauding people. It's about applauding them. It's about, standing up and giving them a bow. But, that's not good enough. For those of us in this room, we are parliamentarians. We make decisions. And so let us talk about how we put some teeth into all of these plaudits that we're giving to the unsung heroes and the women. Let us get some plans in action. Let us include the voices of all women, senior women, refugees, women of minority and racial backgrounds, that intersectionality of women who face very different burdens and very different struggles, because women are not one simple group of people. We are made of so many different groups. And because the current crisis is evolving, because we know we're going to have another pandemic one of these days, it's critical that our governments collect disaggregated data to identify the women who face challenges, to get that gender-sensitive understanding of what they faced during COVID and what they could face during another disaster. And so I want you to thank you for listening to me. I wish I could have been with you all today. It would have been wonderful to have all these women in a room or gathering force. But I know that you will have insightful discussions, and I know that you will examine the important topic of gender responsive recovery from the pandemic. And I just want to leave you with one last word. Gender is not binary anymore. That's been recognized during COVID. And thank you again. Have a great seminar, great symposium. Come up with the solutions, and let's hear women roar.
Thank you, Mr. Fry, for that inspiring message, one we can consider as we proceed with the debates. To moderate today's debates, I call on Ms. Christine Mutternen, international expert and managing partner of Central East Connect. Ms. Mutternen is also the former president of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE. So welcome, dear Christine, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. A warm welcome from my side also to you all, to Vienna, to Austria. I'm very pleased to be able to moderate today. Ever since I was a little girl, I felt a certain imbalance between girls and boys, between men and women. And realizing that, I knew that the fight for gender equality was on my flag forever. Be it working as a teacher at a higher technical college, mainly boys, so there was a lot of work to do, or be it as a member of parliament in Austria, or being as the president of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE. Today we are going to dive deep into the complexities of gender equality. Before doing so, let me give you some information. Today's two debate sessions will follow an innovative format inspired by the Doha debates as a way of stimulating lively exchanges among the women speakers and presidents. The Doha debate format involves focusing on controversial motions, 3 for each session, with participants speaking in favor or against it. The list of motions to be debated has been provided in advance, and speakers have indicated the motions which they would like to contribute to through a sign-up forum. Their contributions shall be limited to 3 minutes, so 3 minutes, please. After which some follow-up questions may be asked by myself, and then the floor is opened to you, dear speakers and presidents of parliaments, for comments and for questions. Speakers are invited to make comments, spontaneous comments and contributions by answering the questions or making comments on the motions being debated. Such additional contributions shall be limited to 1 minute only. At the end of the debate, we will come to kind of conclusions or key findings and recommendations. We already heard in the introduction speeches that permanent work overload, pressure of home care, homeschooling, household duties, anxiety about the future, this is the daily situation for women during the crisis. However, and this is our first motion, women working on the front lines during the COVID-19 pandemic are more effective in providing care services than men in the same field. To discuss this topic, I'm pleased to have with us Ms. Claudia Abdallah de Zamora, Provisional President of the Senate of Argentina. Welcome and thank you for being with us. Ms. Fawzia Zainal, the Speaker of the Council of Representatives in Bahrain, who will both speak in favor of the statements. Welcome. We have Ms. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the House of Representatives in Indonesia. Welcome. And Ms. Stephanie de Hoos, the President of the Senate in Belgium. And you both will be presenting slightly different views. Thank you very much. So we will start with the first contribution, Ms. Abdallah de Zamora from Argentina. Please, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Here or there?
Here, I
okay.
think, yes.
Okay. Señora moderadora, Christine Mouton, demás presidentas de Parlamento, colegas parlamentarias, muy buenos días a todos. El año pasado, uno de los ejes fundamentales en la cumbre de mujeres presidentas de Parlamento fue justamente la firme convicción de fortalecer la cooperación internacional, la solidaridad y la acción multilateral. Y es así que lo hicimos no solo para sacar al mundo, digamos, de la crisis, sino sobre todo para transformarlo, para que sea más resiliente y mejor para las mujeres y niñas, especialmente aquellas que viven culturalmente relegadas y por ende vulnerables social y económicamente. En este sentido es que las parlamentarias nos comprometimos a trabajar conjuntamente en función de un multilateralismo para generar más y mejores debates y con el objetivo de aliviar la situación de aquellos que se encuentran más desprotegidos. Pero el COVID-19 no nos permitió cumplir con este objetivo, sino por el contrario fue un detonante que puso de manifiesto las grandes brechas y desigualdades económicas y sociales en el mundo, en donde parlamentos y gobiernos tuvimos que hacer frente a este enemigo invisible que no da tregua, que no nos da descanso y parece aún no tener fin. Y si en un contexto de pandemia hablamos, es cuando consideramos que la cooperación entre los países resulta fundamental. Bueno, muy lejos de esto estamos, puesto que nos encontramos ante una debacle en donde la muestra clara de esto es las grandes asimetrías y desigualdades de los países para acceder, por ejemplo, a las vacunas. Y también nos pone de manifiesto la deficiencia de un sistema multilateral en el cual tenemos que ir redefiniendo instituciones que puedan actuar con decisión sobre la base de un consenso global. Sumado a esto, economías deterioradas a más de un año de pandemia, habiendo transitado diversas etapas ya de restricciones y donde seguro todas y cada una de nosotros ha perdido seres queridos con la pandemia, vemos cómo se han profundizado la violencia, la discriminación, las desigualdades con respecto a las mujeres, y lamentablemente muchas de estas desigualdades tienen origen en el seno del hogar. También hemos aprendido con el COVID-19 que no discrimina en cuanto a contagios. Sí discrimina en cuanto a la recuperación por grupos, por países, por regiones, ampliando esa brecha de inequidad entre hombres y mujeres. Y mientras el mundo y las economías van cambiando, al igual que el papel en ellas de las mujeres y de las niñas, a una velocidad que no es la velocidad de los parlamentos. Es por eso que debemos actuar y debemos ayornar las políticas y las leyes para hacer frente a estas necesidades. Sobre todo si tenemos en cuenta la discriminación, las desventajas y las desigualdades que día a día sufren las mujeres y en el seno también de sus relaciones familiares, que no es algo natural y no es inevitable. Por eso es que tenemos ante sí un desafío político urgente que consiste en transformar aquellos espacios donde hay mujeres y niñas en lugares de justicia y de igualdad, donde se puedan empoderar las capacidades de cada una de nosotras. Y en un mercado que excluye especialmente a las mujeres, estas han demostrado estar a la altura de las circunstancias y hacer frente a la pandemia en distintos ámbitos, no solo en el ámbito de la salud, también en el gubernamental, en el parlamentario, en fuerzas de seguridad, educación, servicios. Por eso es que me atrevo a decir con total seguridad, las mujeres son esenciales en este momento de gran oscuridad para la humanidad. En mi país, Argentina, las mujeres representan el 70% del empleo en salud, pero lamentablemente la mayoría de las mujeres solo ejerce cargos técnicos, siendo los varones quienes ejercen la mayoría de los cargos, profesionales, ejecutivos. Esto nos muestra una gran, dificultad y una gran diferencia y una gran brecha entre hombres y mujeres. Si tengo que ir finalizando, entonces, quiero simplemente decirles que debemos, obviamente, cambiar la narrativa, debemos ir más allá de una representación nominal de las mujeres y debemos avanzar no solo en obtener derechos en el ámbito nacional e internacional, sino también en, romper todas aquellas brechas con la ayuda de impulsos políticos y diplomáticos. Pero todos sabemos que para romper esos impulsos deben ser de tal manera que rompan justamente la inercia acostumbrada. Para finalizar, quiero simplemente agradecerle por haberme permitido participar en este panel y decirles que creo que es aquí, sin lugar a dudas, donde debemos requerir una cooperación, que esa cooperación debe ser horizontal, solidaria y que nos ayude, no condicionada, y que nos ayude a todas a luchar contra esas desigualdades y genere más y mejores oportunidades para las mujeres. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see, 3 minutes is very Thank you very much. We come to you, Ms. Vasilia Zayal. Would you want to stand there?
I will stand,
yes.
respecting everybody.
Okay, yes, please, you are.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، رؤساء البرلمانات والمجالس التشريعية، لقد قدمت المرأة في العالم مشهد عطاء غير مسبوق يشير لعظمة الدور الذي تقوم به من أجل البشرية وتقدمها وللمجتمعات وتحصينها من المخاطر والتحديات. فوقوف المرأة في الخطوط الأمامية للتصدي لجائحة كوفيد-19 يكشف عن دورها القيادي وتضافرها المتسارع لتحمل المسؤولية في مواقع العلاج والعزل ومراكز العلوم والبحوث، وفي طليعة المتطوعين لخدمة الإنسانية. فالنساء في مقدمة من استجاب لتصدي إلى تحديات الأزمة، حيث شهد العالم بأسره جهود المرأة ضمن الفرق الطبية والتمريضية والإدارية، وفي المختبرات العلمية، حيث وقفت الباحثات والعالمات وساهمن في التعرف على سلوك الفيروس والوصول إلى اكتشافات مبهرة للقاحات المضادة له، وساهمنا في إنجاز العلاجات المحتملة التي كانت أسلحة بشرية الرئيسية في معركتها مع الجائحة، واستطعنا القيام بأعمال رعاية تفوق ما قام به الرجل في هذا المجال، وفقاً لمؤشر المؤسسات الاجتماعية والنوع الصادر عن مركز التنمية التابع لمنظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية. ولا غرو أن تكون المرأة كذلك وهي بلغة الأرقام تشكل 70% من القوة العاملة في مجال الرعاية الصحية عالمياً، وخاصة في مجال التمريض، وتمثل 65.3% من العاملين في الصيدليات. وفي بلدي مملكة البحرين سجلت المرأة البحرينية موقفاً رائداً عبر الاستجابة السريعة في كافة مواقع العمل للتصدي لجائحة كوفيد-19، وأسهمت في تشكيل وتطوير نموذج بحريني متقدم يعبر عن الدور الاستثنائي الذي تلعبه في تنمية الوطنية عبر حضورها الواسع والنوعي ضمن الصفوف الأمامية لمواجهة الفيروس بنسبة 75% في مجمل العاملين في الفريق الوطني لمكافحة الوباء، حيث تشكل نسبة الطبيبات في مملكة البحرين 66%، وهو أعلى من المتوسط العالمي الذي يبلغ 46%. كما تشكل نسبة الممرضات البحرينيات 76%، ومثلت ضمن الفريق ما نسبته 80% من العاملات في المناصب التنفيذية و69% من الوظائف التخصصية، وبلغت نسبتها 64% من إجمالي العاملين ضمن الفريق الميداني في عمليات الحجر والعزل والكشف عن الحالات، و71% من إجمالي العاملين في المختبر. كما بلغت نسبة اللاتي يعملن لتحليل وتجميع البيانات 78%. وضمن هذا الزخم من العطاء الذي تقدمه المرأة في الصفوف الأمامية لمواجهة الجائحة، يستلزم الوقوف للتعرف جدياً على مستوى تمثيل النساء في مراتب القيادة وعمليات صنع القرار في قطاع الرعاية الصحية، والعمل لترسيخ مشاركتها على نحو من العدالة والمساواة في تبوء الأدوار القيادية وصناعة القرارات على المستويات الوطنية والدولية. وقد أدركت منظمة الأمم المتحدة أهمية هذا الدور، فجعلت عنوان الاحتفال باليوم العالمي للمرأة للعام الحالي معنونا المرأة في الصفوف القيادية لتحقيق مستقبل من المساواة في عالم كوفيد-19، واحتفاء بالجهود الهائلة التي تبذلها المرأة في كل أرجاء العالم في سبيل تشكيل مستقبل ينعم بمزيد من المساواة والتعافي الأفضل من جائحة كوفيد-19. كما أنه يتماشى مع الموضوع الرئيسي للدورة 65 للجنة، ووضعت المرأة في الحياة العامة والمشاركة المتساوية في صنع القرار. وأمام هذا السجل الضخم من الإنجازات للمرأة، يتأكد أن القضاء على الجائحة يقتضي بدرجة أساسية تعزيز وحماية صحة المرأة وحقوقها، وتوفير البيئة الملائمة لها، وتوفير الامتيازات المتناسبة مع حجم التحديات العملية والمجتمعية والأسرية التي تتصدى لها في نفس الوقت. شكراً.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We right away come to you, Ms. Mahani. Please, the floor is yours. You have got your 3 minutes.
Excellencies, speakers of parliament, distinguished panelists, women have made significant contribution in fighting the pandemic. Without involvement of women, our response to pandemic is much lower. It was reported that women consist of 67% of frontline healthcare in 104 countries. Most of the female health workers serve as nurses or midwives globally. While in Indonesia, the proportion between male and female medical doctors are relatively balanced. However, women still compose the majority of nurses nationally. I am of the view that gender equality can only be achieved with the participation and support of all elements of society, both women and girls, as well as men and boys equally. The Convention of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women has mandated that states take measures to eliminate gender stereotype, to eliminate any prejudice or practices that are based on the assumption of inferiority or superiority of either men or women. Assumption that women are better frontline workers could incite prejudice that men are not capable of doing equal work. What we need to emphasize at this time is that fighting pandemic should be carried out based on the capacity of each individual. What we also need is to have equal access between men and women in combating the virus. Given the nature of the pandemic, therefore, we need to work together based on collaboration and solidarity. We do not need competition and superiority of men and women. Instead, we should redouble our effort to prevent discrimination against women amidst the pandemic. We need to stay united, otherwise virus will continue to spread. Together, we can defeat the virus and build the resilient world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madame De Hoos, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, as we all know, the pandemic has had a huge impact on our societies and it will continue to do so. However, things would have been much worse without the everyday heroics of mostly anonymous people. Most of them are women. They are indeed the true heroes of the fight against the pandemic. This is not merely an activist statement, since there is abundant evidence to prove it. Unfortunately, women are also the biggest victims of the pandemic. While this is not the topic of the motion we are discussing today, restoring the damage done and taking appropriate measure to avoid a similar amount of female casualties in the future is of paramount importance. But let's get back to our subject. The fact that women were overrepresented on the front lines during the pandemic doesn't necessarily mean that they are better suited to do so. Statements like these carry a risk of confirming gender patterns like the female nurse. It would be better to ask ourselves why women are doing these crucial but often underpaid jobs, and above all, why they are underpaid. Even the phenomenon of the widely acclaimed female leaders who were said to be doing a much better job than their male colleagues during the pandemic strengthens a stereotype, albeit at another level, the cliché of the female crisis manager. We are not doing favors to women by pushing them towards the so-called glass cliff. This is why I am very wary of similar stereotypes. Although well-intentioned, they are always carrying risks. There is only one key principle, and that is equality. We should not be discussing about whether women or men are better better fitted to do job A, B, or C, but how we can guarantee that women have exactly the same opportunities and rewards as men at each stage of their education and their career. This should be a very rational, evidence-based discussion. Research shows that a lot of factors influence the success of organizations, policies, and societies. Gender equality is undeniably one of them. This means that we shouldn't be discussing about the fact whether men or women are better at certain jobs, but about the policies that are necessary to achieve full gender equality. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to the floor for comments and questions. Are there any comments, questions from the floor? Yes, please. It's difficult with the masks nowadays, yes.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank, dass ich zwei Fragen bzw. Kommentare machen kann. Ich würde gerne grundsätzlich noch etwas sagen. Es bezieht sich auf die einführenden Beiträge. Denn wenn der Titel ist Tribute to Heroes, dann ist der allererste Tribut, dass alle Frauen, alle Menschen auf der Welt Zugang zu Impfstoff haben. Und der Eindruck, als wäre das so besonders solidarisch, was die Verteilung der Impfstoffe angeht, ist falsch. 27 der ärmsten Länder haben noch nicht einmal 1% der Menschen geimpft. Und ich glaube, es wäre wichtig, dass auf dieser Konferenz in Wien auch ein deutliches Signal der Solidarität und der Impfgerechtigkeit entsandt wird. Die WHO hat dramatische Zahlen genannt. Es fehlen 500 Millionen Impfstoffe und in Ländern wie in meinem eigenen Land werden Impfstoffe wieder zurückgegeben. Also es ist ein unglaubliches Ungewicht. Und wir können die Pandemie nur dann bekämpfen, wenn sie überall auf der Welt bekämpft ist. Und gerade im südlichen Afrika, im globalen Süden, ist es wirklich absolut ungerecht. Und das Zweite knüpft an meine belgische Kollegin. Ich glaube, ich würde gerne auch von Ihnen wissen, wie sich die Situation in Ihren Ländern stellt. Tatsächlich waren es Frauen im Pflegebereich, im Erziehungsbereich, die Frau an der Supermarktkasse, die den Kit zusammengehalten haben, die deutlich weniger verdienen als Männer. Ich glaube, es ist ein Problem der Ungleichbezahlung. Wie sieht es in Ihren Ländern aus mit gleichem Lohn für gleichwertige Arbeit? Deutschland hat 20% Unterschied, was Frauen angeht. Sie sehen, wir müssen da reichlich noch verändern. Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have Madame Lesia Vasilenko, President of the IPU Bureau of Women's MPs.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this debate. But I would like to actually look in closer at the motion which was being argued that women are more effective and better at providing care than men in the same field. But this debate should look deeper as to why this happens. Because actually both sexes, both men and women, are equally effective. It's more about the roles that are attributed to men and women and the expectations that society actually has of men and women. Women are better because they are expected to be better, and because men are expected to step back in the caregiving sector. Often because women are expected to be better, their employers do not value their efforts so much. And this leads to underpayment and a whole range of other inequalities, because usually, what do they say? That it's natural for women to be caregivers, caretakers, thus it's the nature of women, and it's not something that we should value more. This debate, in my opinion, should be about equal reward for equal efforts and equal expectations and equal support at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from the floor? Yes, please. From Uganda. Cyprus first. I can't see here. From Cyprus, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I will stand for the title as well, and thank you for this excellent session. That it's very, very important that we need to say that the title should be that not women are more effective, is that I totally agree that we need to find the way exactly to see what all these problems behind this role they are adequate to all these women. For example, is what very correctly Mrs. Jose said about paid less, the gender gap, or sometimes that they are working more to prove that they actually need to be there, they are good enough, or the fact that they need to deal with all these stereotypes. So I strongly believe that our role is to safeguard equality, the same opportunities with radical reforms, because we too are the legislators. It's necessary, especially now that the COVID-19 reveals all these problems that they are there. So I believe that this session, this conference, needs to give a strict and clear message and stigma about towards that direction. So it's very crucial not us make, let's say, a difference or a distinguish, let's say, priority who is more effective. We deserve to have the same role, the appropriate role for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Madam Speaker from Madagascar, yes, please.
Je vous remercie de m'avoir donné la parole. Je voudrais d'abord apporter mes félicitations pour la réalisation de cette conférence, de ce sommet. Et également, j'adresse mes salutations à toutes mes homologues ici présentes. Pour ce qui est du succès des femmes qui se trouvent en première ligne dans la lutte contre le Covid-19, je voudrais quand même aussi apporter un peu l'accent et aussi inciter et reconnaître le rôle des femmes aux côtés de leurs époux. Les époux, en disant alors les hommes d'État qui se mettent à l'avant avec leurs femmes. Nous avons par exemple l'épouse du président de la République, Madame Trøen, qui s'engage à fond dans la lutte contre cette pandémie et surtout dans le sud de Madagascar où il y a également non seulement le Covid-19 mais la famine à combattre. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Now we come to Madame Cederfeld from the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I would also like to congratulate the panelists for their speeches. It has been very interesting to listen to you. My intervention is another perspective of the women in frontline. We have seen during the pandemic that quite a lot of girls have been taken out from school to provide care back home, to take care about the family, about their brothers or maybe their parents, their dad who have been sick. And these days, when the pandemic in some parts have gone down, in some parts gone up, those girls are not always, actually quite often, not back to school. And this might affect the girls for the future, that they will be less educated. This means that it might be a risk that old habits like child marriage and so on could increase because the daughters, the girls, don't have an education and less possibility to earn their money. And this is in some way related to the issue that they believe that women are more effective, more divided to take care about others. And I would like to have your comments on this from the panel. It would be very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, is there someone who wants to shortly make a comment? Just 1 minute, please.
طبعا أنا أريد أن أتداخل وإن كانت الدقيقة هي قصيرة في زمن الجائحة التي نحن بصددها، ولكن وددت أن أوضح بأن عندما تحدثنا عن الرجل والمرأة لا يعني بأننا نميز المرأة عن الرجل، وإن كانت هناك 740 امرأة في وظائف مختلفة يعانين عالميا بظروف صعبة كثيرة وأنتم أعلم بها، ولكننا نركز على المرأة لأنها هي التي تحمل كل ملفات الصحية والتعليمية وإلى آخره بالنسبة للأسرة، ولكن نحن في تجربتنا في مملكة البحرين نتميز بأمرين. طرحتم عن موضوع الأجور، فنحن متساويون مع الرجل من ناحية الأجور وجميع الأنواع العلاوات الموجودة، وأيضا العلاج والفحص والتطعيم متوفر للجميع رجالا ونساء، مواطنين وغير مواطنين، مقيمين في أرض البحرين، لهم كل هذه الأمور مجانا، وأيضا البحرينيون الذين هم خارج مملكة البحرين لهم هذه الأمور مجانا تصلهم إلى مكان وتواجدهم. فلله الحمد نحن متميزون في ذلك، وأتمنى أن تكون هذه التجربة وتعمم على العالم أجمع. شكرا.
Thank you. Any more comments? Yes, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Just please, 1 minute. We are a little bit over time.
I will try to keep it short. The pay gap in Belgium now is about 6%. So we're at the 4th place in the world. So we are not doing. We're doing rather well, but still we have some work to do. And we worked on a positions paper on that in the Senate in March. We did a lot of. We said a lot of things that has to be done, and one of them is of course working at a legal framework to do so is one part, and another part, and this is a very strong suggestion, but is that we need transparency on the wages, what men or women are earning. I think transparency is a key to find out where the real gaps are. I hope this was within a minute.
Yes, thank you, perfect.
Yes.
Yes,
Let
please.
me speak in my bahasa.
I don't know if we have a translation.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Di Indonesia, terkait dengan pemerataan vaksin yang tadi disampaikan oleh Madam Claudia dari Germany, bahwa memang kami sangat mendukung adanya pemerataan vaksin.
No. With
English?
regards,
yeah, not translation.
Yes.
Yes, translation.
Yes. Oke. Bahwa adanya pemerataan vaksin dan saat ini Indonesia.
There is no.
I will translate consecutively.
No translation so far.
I will translate consecutively after the intervention. Then I will translate to English.
You are going to translate afterwards. Yes, please.
Thank you.
And then Indonesia dengan 270 juta penduduk saat ini sudah penduduknya sudah divaksin kurang lebih hampir 100 juta orang untuk shot yang pertama, dan selanjutnya tentu saja dalam tahun ini kami akan memulai shot yang kedua. Dan tentu saja di Indonesia kami mendukung bahwa perempuan harus sama dengan laki-laki dalam menjalani kehidupan di masa pandemi COVID ini.
With regards to the intervention or given by the Speaker of the German Parliament.
We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry, can you hear me now? With regards to the intervention given by the Speaker of the German Parliament, Madam Roth, about equal opportunity to access vaccine and treatment, we would like to report that currently out of 270 million people in Indonesia, 100 million of them have been given the first shot of the COVID-19 vaccine. And we have a very strong and good plan to actually continue rolling out the vaccine campaign and complete the second shot within this year. And also with regards to equal opportunity for women and men, this is actually what we practice in Indonesia. We are given we have taken all measures to ensure that women are not disproportionately impacted during the pandemic.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and women speakers and presidents. Thank you very much. And you on the podium, thank you very much for the discussion. So we had points, this provocative question really had a lot of reaction, because the question is, how can we define the role of a hero? What is a hero? Women and men should be equal, but there is needed transparency. We should know about the payment. And there was also the question, who are the heroes? Do we forget those people who are those countries who didn't get the vaccine? And we should discuss on these issues more. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Yes, it's so. The microphone? Yeah. Okay, the microphone is taken. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Oops. So we have to change the microphones for the next session. Thank you. You know, when I was thinking of going into politics, presenting myself in my constituency, one of the first questions that was asked me was, "You are married, who is going to take care of your husband?" I was rather astonished, I have to tell you. But fortunately, I didn't have to answer the question myself, because another woman raised her hands and she said, "Well, I think he is old enough." So you see, home care work was and still is considered to be a woman's task. Unpaid, of course. The question is, can we change it? Should we change it? And so we come to our second motion. Women's care work at home should be paid an hourly wage based on the national minimum wage. And I have here one speaker with me to discuss this topic, Ms. Inara Munice, the Speaker of Parliament from Latvia, who will speak in favor of this motion. Please, the 3 minutes, if possible.
Thank you, Catherine. My fellow colleagues, Madam Speakers, it's my great pleasure and honor to be here with you in this Women Speakers Parliament today. And my special thanks is to Norway and Madam Trøen for organizing the event and Catherine for chairing the session. Well, when I decided to go into politics, no one asked me, who will care about your family or husband? Well, in my country, in Latvia, it's quite understandable that everyone is responsible, especially for the young generation, for 30-year-old couples. It comes without question, everyone. It means both parents are responsible for childcare, for family, for housework, etc. Of course, it's not a question for my generation and older generations. Yes, there is a generation gap which divides our society in this issue. But first of all, I'd like to start by thanking all women for their efforts during the pandemic and their care for their families and loved ones. What we have today, it's new normality. It's remote work, online education, and it have put the resilience of women and children to the test. Over the past year and months, many of us have experienced a sense of guilt, even a sense of guilt for not always being able to do both, to be a loving mother and highly valued professionals. But we shouldn't feel that way. My fellow colleagues spoke about so-called women areas, women professions, doctors, nurses, social workers, school teachers, and during pandemic, we constantly see that women are on front line on the battle against COVID-19 pandemic, and women risk their lives to save lives. And I also thank teachers for their ability to adapt rapidly to digital environment, to teach digitally. However, we can and we must do more to support women. It becomes important for countries and organizations to ensure they create a culture of inclusivity, acceptance, culture of equity, intervening to address all kinds of bias. I'd like to tell about Latvia's experience, just in very short, in just some sentences. In the Parliament of Latvia, we women parliamentarians try to focus on our families, families with children, how to help families, especially in this time, because there's a lot of pressure of women and families as well. And Latvia is one of the countries facing a risk of depopulation, largely to very low birth rates. And therefore, assistance to families with children has always been the focus of our parliament. We decided that we raise all benefits related to child care, related to help the families with children for the next year. But this year, we decided to adopt just exceptional measure to pay some extra money, some extra allowances for each child which is in family. Okay. For every child in family, there's extra money during the COVID time, and it was just a one-off benefit once.
Thank you. So we heard an example from Latvia, so that children being at home, they got a special allowance, a special amount of money. Now we come to the floor. I would like to have some comments and ask you for questions. If there are, please, we only have 3 comments and 1 minute each. Are there comments? Do you think that the example from Latvia is one countries should follow? Spain, from Madam Speaker from Spain.
Muchísimas gracias. Quería hacer una breve reflexión sobre esta moción, esta segunda moción, en la que yo creo que hay 2 niveles de discusión. Por un lado, la literalidad de la moción, que es considerar el trabajo que se realiza en casa como un auténtico trabajo y, por tanto, necesariamente remunerado. Pero creo que hay un segundo nivel que no podemos olvidar, que es precisamente el avance de la corresponsabilidad. No puede ser que los cuidados siempre sistemáticamente, lo decíamos en la moción anterior, caigan sobre la mujer. Es decir, si es un auténtico trabajo, bueno, puede ser realizado por mujeres, pero también tiene que poder ser realizado por hombres. Yo creo que la auténtica revolución que nos queda pendiente, al menos en la inmensa mayoría de países, a lo mejor hay alguno privilegiado que lo ha conseguido, es que realmente los hombres se ocupen tanto como las mujeres de los trabajos que se tienen que realizar en casa. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Trøen.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your interesting message, colleague Inyara. I do agree with the last speaker, actually. I'm a bit afraid that this would actually, in a way, force more women to stay at home. I would like to encourage for social economic measures, for childcare, making it possible for women actually to take part in the workforce. So, on the one hand, of course, the work at home is important, but on the other hand, paying it off would maybe make more women stay at home, and we need them in our workforce. So that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting point. We come to Madam President from Peru.
Buenos días a todos. Felicitaciones a todo el comité organizador. Sobre esta moción, dos puntos claves nada más. Primero, que necesitamos avanzar en la igualdad salarial en hombres y mujeres por igual, ¿no? Sabemos que esa es una problemática que no solamente ocurre en el país al cual represento, que es Perú, sino a nivel internacional. Precisar en el punto 2 que debemos tener más mujeres en los parlamentos, ¿no? Gracias a las reformas políticas que se han desarrollado en mi país, hoy en día tenemos un parlamento de 130, de los cuales 49 somos mujeres, que vamos a trabajar desde haciendo política para las mujeres de nuestro país. En ese sentido, estas reformas no han hecho nada más que acrecentar la presencia de las mujeres dentro del Parlamento, y necesitamos ya plantear políticas públicas que reconozcan que ese trabajo dentro de casa sea remunerado. Hecho que va a ser planteado por nuestro Congreso para poder darles pues la valía y sobre todo el reconocimiento del trabajo en casa que realizan las mujeres, mucho más en esta época de pandemia. Hay que mejorar estas oportunidades de derecho para las mujeres. Para eso vamos a trabajar nosotras como mujeres del Parlamento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Do you have any? We only have 3 comments. I'm very sorry. Do you have another comment for the people?
Yes,
if you
I'd
want?
like to.
Short one, 1 minute.
To agree with Trøen saying that it is essential for some countries to have women back at offices, at workplaces, and so on. It's essential to divide. For instance, there could be a family with no children and family with 7 or 8 or 10 children. Well, it means that work care at family might be very different, and how to measure it. Latvia's way, or how we decide to help families, it's according to how many children there are in the family. For instance, if there are 5 children, the allowances and benefits are much higher, and it means assistance to women. It means plus some extra money to families.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we come to the end of this session. We got this example from Latvia, where we see that there is much support, financial support for families. But there were those questions which were asked, if this is a paid job, so men should do it as well. And on the other hand, there was this question, which is, I think, also very important. We need women in the workforce. So how can we deal with this? So we have here 2 sides where we, I think, still have to work a lot on this topic. Thank you very much for this interesting debate. Thank you very much. So we wait for the next speakers and their microphones. Hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Maybe it's difficult. Hello, thank you. Yes, fresh. So, distinguished speakers, we come to motion number 3. When we talk about gender equality, when we talk about poverty eradication, economic growth, we also have to talk about social protection. And this leads us to our motion number 3, which says, today 60% of women are not covered, 60% of women are not covered by any type of social protection. By 2030, universal and gender-responsive social protection systems will be available for everyone. So, to discuss this interesting topic, we are very happy to have with us Ms. Meritxell Batet, the President of the Congress of Deputies in Spain, who will speak in favor of the motion. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We have Ms. Moriana Cristo, Speaker of the House of Representatives of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Welcome.
Hvala.
And we have Ms. Lesja Vasilenko, the President of the IPU Forum of Women Parliamentarians, and they both will contribute with slightly different views. So may I start with you, Madame Batet.
Thank you.
3 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to try.
Yes.
Pues muy buenos días a todos y como solo tengo 3 minutos voy a ir directamente al tema. Estamos hablando de protección social. Creo que no hay discriminación de mayor alcance y más difícil superación precisamente que la exclusión de la mujer de nuestros sistemas de pensiones y de seguridad social. Si a ese 60% que indica la moción de exclusión sumamos las prestaciones reducidas en razón del menor tiempo de cotización y la brecha salarial que perpetúa esta desigualdad, creo que esa realidad se expresa con los números con toda crudeza. Las consecuencias de esta realidad son devastadoras en términos de autonomía personal, de posibilidades de desarrollo vital y también de dinámicas de pobreza y exclusión, donde siempre hay muchas más mujeres en esas bolsas de pobreza y de exclusión social. Se trata de una situación que afecta en especial a los países con mercados laborales más débiles y con mayor intensidad de trabajo irregular, pero que en realidad está presente en todo el mundo, por tanto en todos y cada uno de nuestros países, y se recrudecen las situaciones de crisis. Lo hemos vivido durante esta pandemia, porque las crisis no afectan de la misma manera a todo el mundo. Les voy a poner un ejemplo, un dato. Las investigadoras y las científicas de todo el mundo han publicado durante estos años de pandemia muchísimo menos que sus colegas varones. ¿Porque tienen menos capacidad? No, simplemente porque han sido las que han renunciado para hacerse cargo de otras cuestiones, del cuidado de los hijos, del cuidado de los ancianos, de la casa, etcétera, etcétera. Lo que no puede ser es que cuando haya renuncia siempre tiene que ser la mujer la que renuncia. Y además, esta situación de discriminación se concentra con especial intensidad en las mujeres con mayores dificultades. Lo decía la señora Frey en su intervención inicial, en las ancianas, en las niñas, en las inmigrantes, en las desempleadas, etc. Creo que está en nuestra mano convertir esta realidad en aspecto prioritario de la atención política y social de nuestros países. Y debemos hacerlo. Si queremos alcanzar una realidad más justa en 30 años, necesitamos una decidida acción pública hoy, que combine al menos 3 perspectivas. Primera, la lucha efectiva contra el empleo irregular y el estímulo público del acceso de las mujeres a la educación y el mercado laboral. Educación, educación, educación. 2, la configuración de prestaciones específicas y tratamientos compensatorios para los grupos más vulnerables. Y 3, el avance hacia un sistema de cobertura universal como meta que exige pasos constantes y progresivos. Desde España contamos con experiencias de interés en todos estos ámbitos y estamos dispuestos a utilizar todas las posibilidades de la cooperación parlamentaria para compartirlas e impulsar su desarrollo. Nos queda mucho por hacer, nos queda mucho por avanzar y queremos hacerlo conjuntamente con todos aquellos países comprometidos con alcanzar una igualdad real y efectiva entre mujeres y hombres. Es un derecho humano, es un derecho fundamental que hace demasiados siglos que estamos luchando por él y todavía hay mucho por hacer y quedan muchas cosas pendientes. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. May I ask you for your intervention, please?
Poštovane predsjednice parlamenta, dame i gospodo, uvaženi sudionici ove konferencije, sve vas skupa srdačno pozdravljam. Ravnopravnost žena i muškaraca predstavlja standard koji zaštićen praktično svakim obvezujućim pravnim instrumentom o temeljnim ljudskim pravima. Također, dva međunarodna sporazuma. Okay.
No. Translation? So do we have a translation now? Just a minute. Just a minute, please. Does it work? No? Is it possible to translate?
Jel u redu?
She would translate.
Shall I go upstairs or here? Yeah.
Shall we? Is it possible that you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Aj dođite ovdje. Okay.
Voila.
Hvala.
Because of a technical problem, we switch those two, and I ask now Ms. Vasilenko, please take the floor.
Okay, hopefully the technical difficulties will be sorted out. So, honorable speakers, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a blessing that we have the opportunity to gather here today in person and finally discuss the burning issues that plague all our societies today. Gender inequality is, of course, one such plague that deterrs fair, just, and sustainable development across the whole world. As today we pay tribute to the women heroes who have contributed tremendous efforts to combating the pandemic, we realize some very sad statistics. Women make up 70% of the caregivers who have fought at the front lines of the COVID-19. But 60% of women remain today without due support, without due social support, social care, and are thrown overboard the social security train. Something's not right in this formula. The workload and responsibility grows as the support and acknowledgement decreases. However, social policies that are targeted solely and purely at women will never provide a solution to this problem. If anything, such policies risk only to make the situation worse. What the world needs today is, in fact, an equality model based on universal gender-responsive social policies. It is important for all of us to note the immense role culture plays on lawmaking. And at the same time, it is also important that all of us acknowledge the role parliaments have on influencing cultural transformations. I'd like for us to look today at the expectations we have of men and women in all of our societies. The root of the issues goes back to how we understand the roles of mothers and fathers in our families, the language we use. That gender pay gap we often discuss and talk about, that is the result of the different roles that are attributed to men and women, and different expectations, of course, that we have. In situations where a woman and a man are both working full-time, a woman is more likely to spend more time at home with childcare and household activities, leaving less time for professional development. This, of course, impacts the likelihood of a mother getting promoted and, at the end of the day, the likelihood of getting a higher salary, and influences the divergence that we see today between the pay of men and women. Some fellow countries have actually found a solution. For example, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, they have legislation that encourages not only mothers to stay at home and take care of children, but also fathers. They make it a use it or lose it conditions for fathers to take leave, putting pressure on men to take up more active roles in childcare and household matters. This universal parental leave policy had significant impact on decreasing the pay gap. In order for such policies to find their place and acceptance in societies, the issue must be constantly addressed, discussed and debated in schools, in kindergartens, universities, across the educational systems, but also in the media. The media play a key role in reframing the role women play in family and economic life. Private and national media should revisit the contents they distribute, and so should advertisers. And it is up to parliaments, up to all of us, to reach out to newsmakers, influencers, educators with a simple message. Women's equality in the workplace cannot be real without men's equality at home. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I leave you with this to think about.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So is the problem solved? So far, not yet. So do we have somebody to translate? Yes? Okay. We just see one sentence.
Okay.
Još jedna moja isprika, ali ću nastaviti tamo gdje sam stala. Također, dva međunarodna sporazuma kao i Europska konvencija o zaštiti ljudskih prava i temeljnih sloboda
I'm sorry,
štite...
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, I think we get some help from your assistant. Is it possible for you? So we will get help from the assistant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Također, dva međunarodna sporazuma kao i Europska konvencija o zaštiti ljudskih prava i temeljnih sloboda štite ravnopravno uživanje prava kao temeljni princip ostvarivanja svih ljudskih prava.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, female presidents, I thank you all. Equality between women and men is a standard that's protected virtually by every binding legal instrument on human rights. Also, 2 international agreements, as well as European Convention on the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, protect the equal enjoyment of rights as a fundamental principle of the exercise of all human rights.
Kada govorimo o bilo kakvom obliku diskriminacije, bilo da se radi o diskriminaciji po osnovu spola, boje kože, nacionalne pripadnosti i drugo, moramo imati u vidu određene povijesne činjenice kao i empirijske pokazatelje promatrano u jednom dužem vremenskom razdoblju.
When we talk about any form of discrimination, whether it's discrimination based on gender, color of skin, ethnicity, etc., we must bear in mind certain historical facts as well as empirical indicators observed over a longer period of time.
Stoga i sam sustav socijalne zaštite na koji Bosna i Hercegovina, slično kao i ostale zemlje regije, troši otprilike 1/4 svoga BDP-a, u najvećim dijelom kroz doprinose za mirovinsko i zdravstveno osiguranje, ima određene manjkavosti.
Therefore, the social protection system itself, on which Bosnia and Herzegovina, like other countries in the region, spends about 1/4 of its GDP, mostly through pension and health insurance contributions, has certain shortcomings.
Govoreći konkretno i o ovoj današnjoj temi da relativno veliki postotak žena nije obuhvaćen nikakvom vrstom socijalne zaštite, razlog se može naći i u povijesnoj činjenici, posebno u postsocijalističkim društvima, da je žena imala status pomažućeg neplaćenog člana kućanstva, a posebno u ruralnim dijelovima zemlje. Nadalje, debalans na tržištu rada gdje potraga za zaposlenjem postaje problem kojim su posebno pogođene žene.
Speaking specifically on this topic today, that is a large percentage of women are not covered by any kind of social protection. The reason can be found in the historical fact, especially in post-socialist societies, that women have had the status of unpaid supportive household member, especially in rural parts.
Naravno, razlog nije nedostatak sposobnosti kod žena. Naprotiv, žene su posljednjih godina širom Europe svojim radom i trudom stekle prednost u obrazovanju u odnosu na muškarce. Usprkos tome, kada promatramo statističke podatke o zaposlenosti žene, češće ostaju nezaposlene, možda objašnjenje leži u činjenici da žene još uvijek rade slabije plaćene poslove, da su nedovoljno zastupljene u višim hijerarhijskim razinama ili da češće ograničavaju svoje radno vrijeme kako bi odgajale djecu i sl. Ekonomski izazovna vremena, kao što je i ovo današnje u kojem smo suočeni s pandemijom COVID-19, plodno su tlo za diskriminaciju u području rada i zapošljavanja, kao i društvu općenito.
Naturally, the reason is not the lack of skills among women. On the contrary, throughout Europe, women have over the recent years gained an advantage in education over men through their work and efforts. Nevertheless, when we take a look at employment statistics, women are more likely to remain unemployed. Perhaps the explanation lies in the fact that women still do lower paid jobs. They are underrepresented higher up to the hierarchical levels or more, which often limits their working hours to raise children, etc. In economically challenging times, such as these, today in which we are facing the COVID-19 pandemic, are fertile ground for discrimination in the field of labor and employment, as well as in society in general.
S aspekta nas zastupnica, kao predstavnica zakonodavne vlasti, aktivnosti na povećanju socijalne zaštite kroz poboljšanje položaja žena na tržištu rada moraju biti usmjerene na unapređenje zakonskih rješenja. To se najbolje postiže kombinirajući politiku ekonomskog rasta sa politikama zapošljavanja, socijalne sigurnosti i prava na rad u zajedničke napore zakonodavne i izvršne vlasti, socijalnih partnera i civilnog društva. Stoga, osobno smatram, stava sam da žena treba biti pravna snaga, a ne demokratski ukras. Kroz učenje, ulaganje u sebe, sticanje iskustava i znanja, kroz odgovornost i jasne stavove, žene se mogu izboriti za bolje pozicije kako na samom radnom mjestu, tako i u samom društvu. Naravno da to dobrim dijelom ovisi i o samim ženama. Hvala.
From our aspect as female MPs and representatives of legislative power, our actions to increase social protection through improving the position of women in the labor market must be aimed at improvement through legislative solutions. This is best achieved by combining economic growth policies with employment, social security and labor rights policies with the joint efforts of legislators, the executive power, social partners and civil society. Therefore, I personally believe that a woman should be a real force, not a democratic ornament. Through learning, investing in themselves, gaining experience and knowledge, through reasonably and clear attitudes, women can fight for better positions both in workplace and in society itself. Of course, this largely depends on the women themselves. Thank you for attention.
Voila. Thank you very much. Thank you also for your assistance and your translation. It was very, very helpful. Thank you very much. It's a very hard thing to do, really. We have from the floor, we come to the floor, it's open. Again, please, 1 minute only. So we have Ms. Sahar Al-Bazar, President of the IPU Board of Young Members of Parliament. The floor is yours.
Thank you for giving me the word. It's important to have gender-sensitive social protection systems to support women, especially during COVID. I would like to highlight that it's also as important to include well-being and mental health to this protection systems, especially because women were highly impacted with this during taking care of the children. And I would like to give an example that in Egypt, the government availed the hotline to answer questions about COVID and to give psychological support for women and for the family as whole. And that's actually one of our demands as Forum of Young Parliamentarians. We called for mental health services to be widespread for free for everyone. And I would really like to see such support widespread. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we have President Fernandez von Parlacen. Here you are, yes. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Realmente es importante poder reflexionar sobre lo que sucede en regiones como Centroamérica y República Dominicana, en donde habitan 50 millones de personas, países en vías de desarrollo. Lamentablemente, en nuestra región, las mujeres están obligadas, y no es una opción, de ser amas de casa, maestras, esposas, psicólogas, enfermeras, y todo este tipo de ocupaciones, la mayoría no son remuneradas. Y es en este tipo de eventos donde nos reunimos mujeres que hemos logrado superar toda clase de retos. Estamos obligadas a poder encontrar soluciones, formas, caminos que permitan a otras mujeres poder tener lo que es la equidad, la igualdad de todos los derechos, sobre todo de los derechos de protección social. Así que esta es una reflexión que dejo aquí en la mesa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have another speaker from the floor. It's Abdallah de Zamora from Argentina. Please.
Sí, gracias. Simplemente comentar que en mi país, en Argentina, la verdad que tenemos un Estado presente y que estamos avanzando mucho en igualdad de género. Por supuesto que falta mucho para hacer, pero en materia laboral y previsional hemos avanzado, y algo que realmente me parece para destacar es una ley que, a través de las cuales las mujeres que están en posibilidad de jubilarse, pero le faltan años de aporte, según fija la ley, entonces el Estado en este caso les reconoce un año de aporte por cada hijo que ha criado o 2 años de aporte en aquellas mujeres que tienen hijos con discapacidad o adoptados y 3 años de aporte a quienes hayan tenido al menos un año de asignación universal por hijo. Que esta asignación universal por hijo también es uno de los beneficios que da el Estado Nacional a aquellas personas, a aquellas mujeres que se encuentran en situación de vulnerabilidad o desocupadas, y esto abarca a 4 millones de niños y jóvenes hasta los 18 años. Y así también tenemos jubilación de ama de casa con una moratoria muy importante. Es cierto que hemos avanzado en el Parlamento argentino, no solo en igualdad de género, sino en niñez y en otras minorías, pero falta mucho por hacer, no solo en normas que reconozcan derechos, sino sobre todo que hagan más fácil la vida de las mujeres y de las niñas y que garanticen y fomenten, por supuesto, la salud, la educación y la participación política. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Very interesting examples. I think in general it's very interesting for us all to get the examples from other countries and your reflections. Are there any comments here on the stage? No? It's everything said.
If I may say,
please.
So, thank you for the last 2 comments especially. It is very common for all our countries, I think, to see that women, even those who were holding formal jobs in societies, they were pushed out of these jobs and forced to go into the informal labor sector, which is home carers, caregivers to children, to the elderly, to the sick. And unfortunately for these jobs, there's no pay, and there's of course no social policies to support these jobs. Whereas we can provide support in different kinds of forms like hotlines, like psychological care, we cannot provide time, we cannot provide financial remuneration for women to actually go back from the home into the economic sector, the today called real economic sector, which provides salaries, which then provides opportunities for women to support themselves and support their families. And I think this is a larger area and a larger discussion that all of us need to have here in this room, in other debate platforms, and also back home in our respective societies and in our respective parliaments.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Another comment, please.
Thank you very much. Sí, quería hacer un par de reflexiones en relación con las intervenciones que ha habido. La presidenta del Parlamento argentino apuntaba algunas medidas interesantes, como es la asignación universal por hijo, la asignación de años de cotización también por hijo, ¿no?, para recuperar o compensar esas pensiones bajas que las mujeres tenemos al final de nuestra vida laboral. Todas ellas son medidas que se han puesto en marcha en España y que son un primer paso, sobre todo de transición a un objetivo que debe ser que coticemos igual que los hombres, por supuesto, pero creo que son medidas efectivamente que son muy importantes. Y después la presidenta Albazar apuntaba y dejaba sobre la mesa una de las cuestiones que yo creo que van a ser las más importantes post-pandemia, que es la salud mental. Efectivamente, la salud mental de toda la ciudadanía, pero muy especialmente de niños, jóvenes y adolescentes, creo que tiene que estar en el foco de todos los gobiernos, de todos los responsables públicos, porque ese va a ser el gran reto que vamos a tener por delante, que no haya generaciones marcadas por esta pandemia, que no quede demasiada gente que se quede por el camino por una afectación psicológica grave, y creo que ahí es donde tenemos que poner todo el empeño, gobiernos, instituciones públicas de todos los países. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting debate also now. So there are, I think there is no question about the wish of all the countries to have a better social system. There were many points raised, and examples raised from different countries, very interesting. One of the most important issues certainly is to push people or to make it possible for women to go into the labor market. and then that they get social security, but they need support. And we come back, so this cycle closes again. We come back. How are they able to go to the labor market? They need support at home. They need support for their house duties, and we have heard examples from the northern countries. So we still have a lot to work on that issue. Thank you very much. Thank you. Voilà. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So the microphones. So, may I hand over the floor to you now for the break.
Thank you, Ms. Martinen. Dear speakers, we've gained a lot of good insights from this first session and on the crucial role of women and girls both during the pandemic and as we move towards recovery. Thank you to Speaker Christo and the delegation from Bosnia-Herzegovina for tackling the technical obstacles in such a good way. And thank you, Ms. Martinen, for your good work as moderator, and we will meet after the lunch break as well. We will now be taking a lunch break before moving on to the second session. We will meet back here at 1:30 p.m. and I just wish you bon appetit. Thank you.
Watch the Eiffel Tower disappear in the clouds that ride the wind that takes me home to you. Put everything to use those traveler's blues. Go on and take me. I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I've learned to double time. I only like to wait under the sun. Don't you hate to wait when hard luck makes you late on time sublime? I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I've learned to double time. I only like to wait under the sun. I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I've learned to double time, swimming against the stream.
dealing with the bare fact. In fact, it appears your act is just that. Hence, check your almanacs. Note the date, know your fate. Though you tried to elevate, I make the whole of the earthquake. When I flow you hard, your facade crumbles like Jericho. Your mind's in the manacle and you an animal. You see, this millennium, you'll be the cattle. Every day I got to battle, like Armageddon. I'm bending, you heads will never see where I'm heading. The time is now, now is the time. I dare you to open your mind. Open your mind.
drive into the heart of me. The love we share seems to go nowhere, and I've lost my light. For I just and turn, I can sleep at night. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears and that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Now I know I've got you. Run away, I've got you. Get away, that's not nearly all. Tainted love, tainted love. Don't touch me, please, I cannot stand the way you tease. I love you, though you hurt me so. Now I'm going to pack my things and go. Once I ran to you, now I run from you. This tainted love you've given, I give you all a boy could give you. Take my tears, and that's not nearly all. Tainted love.
Et maintenant, c'est la valse. 1, 2, 3.
wake up, wake up, wake up, 'cause you do it right. Baby, come take control. Just grab a hold. Sexual. 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 Baby, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Shh.
Hey, baby, you are the soul in me.
Sexual.
Oh, baby, my sexuality. Oh, darling, you set my spirit free. Let's hold on to each other. You're everything to me.
Just grab a hold.
Hey, baby, always on my mind. Oh, baby,
You're my medicine.
I need you. You are my destiny.
Well, it's good for me.
Oh, baby,
And it's so good to me, my baby.
you are my destiny. Hold on,
closer. I want to talk to you. Me and you are finally here together. We've been playing this game for so long. And now it's time to show you how I really feel. I've chosen this special night and this special place. This place, the Bella Food. Yeah. You see, there'll be no interruptions tonight. So turn your phone off. And just sit back and relax. I want you to free your mind tonight. Leave your troubles at the door. Sending this musical bouquet from me to you. Right on, right on, right on, right on. So sit back and relax and get comfortable. You remember that night? Wine and candlelight. I want you to feel. And I want to be your everything.
Trevi Fountain to see the Pantheon. I need to put my hand on stone to ground my floating head. Forget that hotel bed, stuff waiting to get done. I learned to make my choices without a second thought. Call it instinct, call it fate. And don't you hate to wait when hard luck makes you late on time sublime. I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I learned to double time. I only like to wait under the sun. I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I've learned to double time, swimming against the stream. I watch the Eiffel Tower disappear in the clouds that ride the wind that takes me home to you. Put everything to use those traveler's blues. Go on and take me. I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I've learned to double time. I only like to wait under the sun. Don't you hate to wait when hard luck makes you late on time sublime? I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign, I've learned to double time. I only like to wait under the sun. I'm a smart traveler. I know my way around. Born under wandering sign.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые председатели парламента.
Laguna loving in the shadows. so naively.
How you feeling? Now you're dealing with the bare fact. In fact, it appears your act is just that. Hence, check your almanacs. Note the dates, know your fate. Though you tried to elevate, I make the whole of the earth quake. When I flow you hard, your facade crumbles like Jericho. Your mind's in the manacle and you an animal. You see, this millennium, you'll be the cattle. Every day I got to battle, like Armageddon. I'm bending. You heads will never see where I'm heading. The time is now. Now is the time. I dare you to open your mind.
Well, dear speakers, welcome back to our meeting. I hope you've had a good lunch. So I would ask now all of you to find your seats, and we will be ready to start in about 1 minute. So please find your seats, and we will start again. So once again, welcome back from the lunch, and I hope you had a good lunch. Before we dive into our afternoon session, I have the immense pleasure to welcome Mr. Abdullah Shahid, President-elect of the 76th General Assembly of the United Nations. Mr. Shahid, welcome and thank you for being with us today. We are pleased to have you with us, and you have the floor for 5 minutes. Please.
The Honorable Wilhelmsen Trøen, Speaker of Parliament and Chair of the Summit, Mr. Wolfgang Sobotek, President of the National Council of the Republic of Austria, Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this important forum. I must commend you on your choice of the theme, Women at the Center, from confronting the pandemic to preserving achievements in gender-responsive recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, how many women worked as frontline workers, as doctors, nurses, EMTs, as food staff, as transport personnel, and in so many other areas during the darkest days of the pandemic? The answer is far too many to count, I'm sure. What I can be sure of is that during our time of need, when we were frightened and anxious, we turned to these women of courage for support and guidance. Nor was it only frontline workers, female heads of state and government, ministers of health and education, parliamentarians, women speakers, helped shepherd our way through some of the most challenging times and daunting issues. We owe all of these brave women a debt of gratitude. But more than this, we owe them recognition and respect. They stepped up when we needed them. Let us not turn around now and ask them to step back down. Let us put the ladder in front of them and encourage them to continue the climb. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm reminded of the women who were asked to leave their homes during the Second World War and step in front of the men sent abroad. Women were asked to take the reins of production and manufacturing to essentially keep the economies afloat. And this opened the door to a generational change. While our situation today is vastly different, it echoes of the same spirit. Women have demonstrated what they have long known, but what society continues to deny them, that they must have a place at the head of the table. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fair to say that we have a long way to go if we are to achieve gender parity at the highest echelons of power. Women remain far too underrepresented in parliaments, in senior government roles, and at the highest levels at the United Nations. Only 4 out of the 76 presidents of the United Nations General Assembly have been women, and no secretary generals. This is abysmal. We can and must do better. Fulfilling the promise of the Beijing Platform for Action has been marred by dire statistics, such as the following: 21 female heads of state or government out of 193 countries. Only 4 countries have achieved gender parity in national legislature or parliaments, and a mere 15% of countries have reached 40% of women in local decision-making bodies. Dear parliamentarians, this is where you, as parliamentarians, can make a difference. You have the power to help amend the laws and policies which tend to serve as barriers to progress. You can accelerate gender equality and women's empowerment by tackling archaic laws and practices, patriarchy, and sexual and gender-based violence. I'm proud to say that gender equality will be of paramount importance during my tenure as President of the United Nations General Assembly. I intend to retain the Gender Advisory Group created by my predecessor. I'm pleased to note that this also includes a parliamentary perspective, given that a member of the group is the permanent observer of the IPU to the United Nations. I have also ensured that my team in the office of the PGA is balanced with an equal amount of females and males, or even more females than males. And I have instructed my team, and I have taken this pledge that I will only attend and participate in panels where parity is assured. This is the bare minimum that one can expect from a male in power. Ladies and gentlemen, as men who have benefited from a patriarchal system, we have an obligation to take the steps necessary to empower women, even when it may be of inconvenience to ourselves or our own ambitions. The big picture must always be prioritized. My dear speakers and parliamentarians, I thank you once again for this opportunity to speak, and I look forward to hearing what you have to say about it. I am here to assist you, work with you in reigning in a presidency of hope at the United Nations General Assembly, where I intend to champion the cause of gender parity. I thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Shahid, for your inspiring and important message. And now it's time to begin the second session of debates, and this second session entitled Women in the Post-Pandemic Recovery, Preserving Achievements, Furthering Progress. It aims at identifying ways and means of preserving and consolidating women's achievements and furthering progress in a gender-responsive recovery agenda, leaving no woman and no girl behind. To give us introductory remarks, I invite Ms. Pramila Patten, the UN Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict and Acting Executive Director of UN Women. Ms. Patten, thank you for being with us. It's such a great pleasure to have you, and we look forward to your remarks. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, President-elect of the UN General Assembly, distinguished women speakers from around the world, parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the Inter-Parliamentary Union for inviting me to this summit to discuss the critical role that national parliaments can play in preserving the hard-won gains achieved on the Women, Peace and Security agenda in the post-pandemic recovery, and to discuss how the IPU and my office are coming together to respond and support these efforts through the signature and implementation of a framework of cooperation to address conflict-related sexual violence. Conflict-related sexual violence does not occur in a vacuum. It is linked with wider security factors, such as the resurgence of hostilities, the rise of violent extremism, arms proliferation, and the collapse of the rule of law, many of which have been exacerbated by the pandemic and its ensuing consequences. COVID-19 has revealed that the risk of falling victim of sexual and gender-based violence have not diminished, but the possibility to seek assistance and redress has. My office continues to monitor with concern the trends and patterns of conflict-related sexual violence through the annual report of the Secretary General and the compounding effects of the pandemic. For instance, despite the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire after the COVID-19 outbreak, many parties to armed conflict continue to use sexual violence as a cruel tactic of war, terror, torture, and political repression to advance their strategic objectives, including to propel population flight and control contested territory and natural resources. We have also observed that women and girls in overcrowded refugee and displacement settings are among those hardest hit by the intersecting crisis of conflict, forced displacement, and the pandemic, and they are exposed to heightened risk of sexual violence, exploitation, and trafficking. This situation has been exacerbated by an overall decline in humanitarian reach due to the imposition of measures aimed at curbing the spread of COVID-19 and a climate of constrained financial resources for the provision of life-saving services for survivors. Economic desperation and collapsed community protection mechanisms have also increased the use of negative coping mechanisms, such as child marriage and survival sex. COVID-19 has also given rise to new gender-specific protection concerns linked with militarization, checkpoints, and border closures. For instance, cases of sexual harassment of women, healthcare workers, and sexual violence against women detained for alleged curfew violations have been documented. The imposition of quarantines, curfews, lockdowns, and other restrictions on movement has hampered the possibility for survivors to access justice and comprehensive services, further heightening the existing structural, institutional, and sociocultural barriers to seeking redress for such crimes. Already a dramatically underreported crime, conflict-related sexual violence has been further obscured by the pandemic. Despite these challenges, we must ensure that gains made in terms of political commitments, prevention and response are not rolled back or reversed. In a post-pandemic era, we must redouble our efforts to tackle the root causes of discrimination and widespread inequalities, which are an invisible driver of violence against women, including conflict-related sexual violence. And women parliamentarians must play a central role in that response. In discharging my mandate, I am guided by the firm belief and conviction that the earlier and the deeper the seeds to prevent conflict-related sexual violence are sowed, the better and more sustainable their fruits will be. My office is currently developing a comprehensive prevention of conflict-related sexual violence framework to serve as a roadmap to foster prevention efforts at the global, regional, and national levels. It is my hope that this framework will guide world leaders, such as yourselves, in translating the concept of preventing conflict-related sexual violence into a practical reality. As women parliamentarians, you have the influence and the power to drive change. You represent different constituencies, constitution and legal system, geographies and cultures in which sexual and gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, has manifested. Allow me to suggest 3 concrete recommendations that will and could enhance the protection of women and girls during the pandemic recovery. First and foremost, as parliamentarians, you can enact comprehensive legislation that criminalizes all forms of sexual and gender-based violence in line with international standards and due process of law. Currently, in many countries covered by my mandate, the legislative framework remains inadequate. And this includes, for instance, lack of comprehensive definition of sexual violence, absence of victim and witness protection laws, and provisions for reparations to survivors, or legal frameworks to protect children born of wartime rape. Secondly, you can ensure that these laws are survivor-centered and recognize survivors as rights holders that require dignity and respect, physical and legal protection, holistic medical and psychosocial support, reintegration and rehabilitation services by the state, as well as restitution by perpetrators. In addition, they must provide for accessible and quality services for families of survivors, including children born of rape, and the survivors' communities. Witnesses, human rights defenders, judicial officials, and parliamentarians must also be protected by law. Lastly, it is also critical to ratify and implement international human rights instruments, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which guarantees women and girls to be free from all forms of violence and discrimination in conflict or in peacetime, and therefore the rights of women and girls to justice and services on the same basis as men and boys. With these roles in mind, in June of this year, my office and the Inter-Parliamentary Union signed a framework of cooperation to assist you as parliamentarians in your efforts to combat the scourge of sexual violence. We are also coordinating the rollout of a model legislative guidance and provision on the investigation and prosecution of conflict-related sexual violence, developed by my office to assist legislators in enacting and implementing laws deterring sexual violence from occurring and providing justice and redress even while this pandemic is ongoing. In partnership with IPU, I look forward to working very closely with all of you in the implementation of this critical framework, which includes areas such as raising awareness amongst parliamentarians to address conflict-related sexual violence and its root causes, advocating for the implementation of national laws to promote and protect the rights of all individuals affected by or at risk of this crime, providing technical assistance to member parliaments on the drafting of such laws, and empowering survivors and those impacted by conflict-related sexual violence in their countries' legislative processes. There have been many commitments made about addressing conflict-related sexual violence, but we must translate these commitments into concrete actions and results by tackling the root causes of gender inequality and converting cultures of impunity for these crimes into cultures of deterrence and prevention. My mandate stands ready to cooperate with the IPU in heeding and hearing the voices of survivors in the design of a gender-responsive pandemic recovery and breaking the silence in our parliaments to resolutely combat conflict-related sexual violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Padden, for those introductory remarks and strong words. And then I would like again to call on Ms. Christine Muttonen, our wonderful moderator, to moderate the second round of debates. And then we may actually go down. And Ms. Muttonen, please. The floor is yours for the remainder of this session.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Hello.
Something goes bad with my...
I'm from Europe.
Hello, nice to meet you. Hello. Distinguished speakers, you can take away your mask here. Distinguished presidents, I'm looking forward to hearing your expertise also this afternoon here on the panel, but also from the floor. And before we start, I just want to give you a message. We are very active, as you can see on this board. We are very active on social media today. You can see it here. We invite you to join the conversation by using hashtag 13SVSP and tagging the IPU and the Austrian Parliament in your Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn posts. So please take part in the discussion in the social media. Parliaments are a kind of reflection of society, or better, should be a reflection of society. Parliamentarians are certainly role models, but obviously it's mainly 75% men. Globally, and it was said, we have 25% parliamentarians who are women. And each year, we only gain 0.5% more women. So each year, 0.5% more women in parliaments. Mathematicians among you will know that this will take a while. So we come to our first motion of the second session, And it is political will can make parity in Parliament a reality globally by 2030, so quite soon. To discuss this topic, I'm pleased to have with us 3 women speakers of Parliament. Ms. Esperanza Laurinda Francisco Nuiane Bias, Speaker of the Assembly of the Republic of Mozambique. Welcome, thank you for being with us. Ms. Beatriz Arguimon, President of the General Assembly of the Senate of Uruguay, and welcome. And you both will speak in favor of the motion. And we have Ms. Eliane Tillieu, President of the House of Representatives of Belgium, who will have slightly different views. We will listen to it. So welcome and thank you. So, Madame Bias, can we start with your speech? And please remember, it's the 3 minutes.
I will try.
Thank you.
Estimada Cristina, Excelências Presidentes, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, é meu entender que para o alcance da igualdade e paridade do género, é necessário, antes de tudo, garantir que a mulher e a rapariga tenham acesso à educação, que hajam educação e saúde de qualidade, que se criem plataformas para que a mulher e a rapariga tenham acesso ao emprego seguro, posse de propriedade e que tenham também acesso ao poder econômico, político e social. É importante que se combatam todas as formas de discriminação e de violência contra a mulher e a rapariga. Assim, gostaria de encorajar a todas as presidentes parlamentares aqui presentes para que cada uma de nós seja ativista para a mudança de paradigma político, econômico e social, para que possamos alcançar a tão almejada paridade. Em Moçambique, o meu país, ocupa uma posição privilegiada do ranking mundial de legisladoras, com 106 mulheres no Parlamento, ou seja, 42,4% dos 250 deputados são mulheres, distribuídas pelas 3 bancadas que compõem o Parlamento. Das 9 comissões de trabalho especializadas, 3 são dirigidas por mulheres e dos 3 gabinetes parlamentares, 2 são também dirigidos por mulheres. Esta realidade remete-nos à conclusão de que os sistemas eleitorais internos dos partidos políticos são determinantes para que mais mulheres possam assumir lugares de liderança. Em Moçambique, a representatividade da mulher não só no Parlamento tem estado a crescer, mas é nossa convicção que devemos fazer muito mais e que nós, mulheres que ocupamos posições cimeiras, devemos não só lutar em termos de legislação, mas também pela nossa atitude e pela nossa forma de estar. Por isso, gostaria, a terminar, de reafirmar o meu apoio ou o apoio de Moçambique a esta moção, pois estamos certas de que podemos sim alcançar a paridade nos parlamentos em 2030. Muito obrigada pela vossa atenção.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. May I continue with you, Ms. Arguimon from Uruguay, please?
Muy buenas tardes, queridas presidentas de los parlamentos del mundo. Antes que nada, quiero agradecer a la señora presidenta del Parlamento de Noruega y presidenta de este foro la posibilidad de poder estar todas juntas y reflexionar sobre todos los temas que hemos estado debatiendo y los que vamos a debatir. Así que, señora presidenta, muchas gracias por esta oportunidad de poder encontrarnos cara a cara todas juntas. Esta moción, sin lugar a dudas, nos convoca a nuestro lugar de mujeres políticas y en ese sentido, este debate se focaliza en un tema de democracia, en un tema de la calidad de nuestras democracias. Nosotros entendemos que hablar de una democracia con una mejor calidad implica avanzar decididamente a que la mirada de las mujeres esté en donde se confeccionan las políticas de los países, tanto a nivel legislativo como a nivel ejecutivo. En mi país, Uruguay, como en los países de muchas de ustedes, la ley de cuotas ha sido una herramienta que permitió llegar sin lugar a dudas a ese número de parlamentarias que hoy en este evento podemos decir que ha ido avanzando, pero sin lugar a dudas ha sido muy lento ese proceso. Y por lo tanto, en el siglo XXI no cabe otra solución que recurrir a otra de las herramientas. Por eso nos parece muy importante que en este encuentro nosotras no solo pensemos en los próximos años, sino que precisamente pensemos en la calidad de democracia de nuestros países avanzando en democracias paritarias, porque no nos podemos dar el lujo de no tener la mitad de la mirada de la población, de nuestras poblaciones, en los ejecutivos y en los legislativos de nuestros países, por varias cosas. Primero, porque es un tema de derechos humanos, sin lugar a dudas. En segundo lugar, porque tiene que ver con la calidad de nuestras democracias, como decíamos. Pero en tercer lugar, porque el mundo no puede privarse de los aportes de las mujeres para la construcción del futuro. Por eso, les estoy invitando a pelear por nuestras democracias paritarias, porque sin lugar a dudas, la construcción conjunta de hombres y mujeres codo a codo nos llevará a tener sin lugar a dudas un mundo mejor. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madame Tillieu, may I ask you for the floor?
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, c'est évidemment un immense plaisir pour moi de prendre la parole à l'occasion de ce 13e sommet sur un sujet aussi important que la parité. Ce qui est important, c'est la volonté politique, une volonté politique forte. C'est primordial, mais cela doit surtout se concrétiser dans les faits, au quotidien. Bien sûr, on a introduit des quotas. Bien sûr, on a adopté des mesures pour renforcer la participation politique des femmes. Et pourtant, la politique reste dans de nombreux pays l'apanage des hommes. Comment expliquons-nous que les femmes restent encore sous-représentées dans les parlements? Nous pensons qu'il faut créer un environnement propice à la participation des femmes, créer des conditions propices à leur participation pleine et effective. Comment? Eh bien, nous devons tout d'abord sensibiliser l'opinion publique à la nécessité de la diversité, à l'égalité des sexes. Il nous faut mener des campagnes de sensibilisation dans les écoles, dans les médias, sur les réseaux sociaux. Il faut éliminer les stéréotypes sexistes. Il faut évidemment mener beaucoup d'autres démarches. Les politiques d'éducation doivent intégrer une perspective d'égalité entre les sexes. Il faut mener le combat contre les violences à l'égard des femmes, qui restent encore et toujours un obstacle majeur à leur investissement. On le voit sur les réseaux sociaux. C'est l'autonomisation économique de la femme. Et c'est un certain nombre de règles de travail internes au Parlement que nous devons faire adapter à la situation spécifique des femmes dans les assemblées. Alors, les parlements eux-mêmes doivent contribuer à ce changement. Nous sommes des acteurs clés avec tous nos collègues, les hommes et les femmes. Il faut donc, pour nous, un plan d'action qui assure qu'une fois que les femmes sont élues, elles puissent assumer leurs fonctions sans entrave. Je dois constater que bien souvent, dans de nombreuses commissions, par exemple, le rôle se perpétue de manière complètement stéréotypée. En Belgique, la session parlementaire 2020-2021 a constitué un vrai momentum pour renforcer l'égalité. Plusieurs étapes ont été franchies. Une première fois, une femme première ministre. Une première fois, une ministre de la Défense. Une première fois, une ministre des Affaires étrangères. Une première fois, un gouvernement totalement paritaire, 50%, 50%. La moitié des parlements en Belgique sont présidés par une femme et pour la première fois, chère Stéphanie, qui m'accompagne aussi, 2 femmes à la présidence de la Chambre et du Sénat. Et par ailleurs, je suis la première femme de la Chambre des représentants après 51 hommes. Alors, bien sûr, rapidement, des progrès restent possibles. C'est pourquoi nous nous sommes lancés le défi ensemble, Chambre et Sénat, puisque les femmes savent collaborer, nous nous sommes lancés le défi de faire en sorte qu'effectivement, notre Parlement devienne d'ici 2030 l'un des parlements européens les plus sensibles à la dimension de genre. Nous allons le faire avec l'appui complet de l'UIP, que je voudrais ici remercier encore une fois pour progresser dans 5 thèmes qu'on expliquera ultérieurement. C'est bien sûr entrer au Parlement, influer sur les procédures, le fait que les préoccupations des femmes occupent une place importante dans les débats et enfin aussi avoir une législation sensible au genre. Et pour cela, il faut récolter des données genrées et c'est là tout un travail que nous souhaitons réaliser dans les mois et dans les années à venir pour parvenir à nos fins, ensemble, main dans la main, femmes et femmes, présidentes de Parlement et d'Assemblée. Merci à vous, excellent travail.
Thank you very much and congratulations also to you being the first woman in the Senate. I think this is a very, very interesting topic and we had very good examples. So I'm sure that there are a lot of comments, so we can take up 5 contributions for the floor. And I would like just to know where are we on the way to parity in your countries, in your parliaments? So if there are, Japan, please, from Germany.
発言の機会をいただきありがとうございます。はい、提案2の、これこっち側ですかまだ。まだ違うんですか。違います。sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, ごめんなさい。Change.
So the floor is yours. So we move on to Germany, please. Frau Roth, bitte.
Ja, Sie haben gefragt, wo stehen wir? Und ich kann nur mit großer, fast neidisch auf Belgien schauen, denn wir haben im Deutschen Bundestag noch nur 30% Frauen. Wir sind zurückgefallen auf vor 1998 und das bestimmt die Stimmung, die Atmosphäre, übrigens auch die Zunahme von Sexismus im Haus und natürlich auch die politische Qualität. Und ich glaube, es ist sehr wichtig, dass wir als Frauen nicht nur darauf bestehen, dass es um demokratische Teilhabe geht, dass es um Gerechtigkeit geht, sondern dass es auch um die Qualität von politischen Entscheidungen geht. Es geht mir wirklich nicht nur eine numerische Frage. Ich komme aus einer Partei, wir haben die Quote, von uns sind 58% der Abgeordneten Frauen. Und ich habe das erlebt, dass die Perspektive von Politik sich ändert, wenn eine Frau feministische Außenpolitik beschreibt, wenn Frauen Finanzpolitik beschreiben, die auf Gender Budget sich ausrichtet. Übrigens auch, wenn Männer im Familien- oder im Jugendausschuss arbeiten. Und das finde ich ist wichtig, dass wir als Frauen sagen, wir wollen gerechte Teilhabe, gleichberechtigte Teilhabe, weil wir auch die Qualität von Gesetzgebung und von politischen Entscheidungen durch unsere Perspektive verändern, erweitern und verbessern. Und ich hoffe sehr, wir haben in 3 Wochen Wahlen, dass sich etwas zum Besseren ändert, weil es war wirklich schwierig, diese 4 Jahre mit 70% männlicher Dominanz und 30% Frauen.
Thank you, Trøen. Thank you very much. We come to our next speaker, Madam President from Bulgaria, please. The floor is yours.
Chers collègues, je m'appelle Mukaddes Nalbant. Permettez-moi de vous saluer au nom des députés bulgares et en particulier au nom des femmes au sein du Parlement bulgare. La pandémie qui sévit dans le monde entier a mis en évidence des problèmes qui constituent un défi pour tous, et en particulier pour les politiciens, qui devraient assumer une grande partie de la responsabilité de prendre les bonnes décisions. Dans ce contexte, la tenue de réunions comme celle d'aujourd'hui est importante et significative, nécessaire et fructueuse. Ces jours, il y a 2 sujets majeurs. L'avenir de l'humanité où le monde est plus propre, plus démocratique et plus durable dans la prise en charge des personnes. Et les femmes, avec leur rôle visible et plus souvent discret dans la famille et dans la société. Les 2 sujets sont mondiaux et interconnectés. Je voudrais donner quelques chiffres pour la Bulgarie. Au sein de l'actuelle Assemblée nationale de la République de Bulgarie, sur 240 députés, il n'y a que 58 femmes. Au sein de précédentes, il y en avait 59. Dans aucun parlement bulgare, le pourcentage n'était que 30%. Cependant, malgré le fait qu'il y ait peu de femmes politiques bulgares, celles-ci sont des personnalités bien mariées et extrêmement actives. Leur activité et leur nom sont mémorisés plus longtemps et je crois que cela vaut non seulement pour la Bulgarie. Les femmes doivent prendre conscience de leur pouvoir et refuser pour compromis de manière successive envers les politiques qu'on ne respecte pas leurs droits. Et c'est en effet, elles sont obligées de faire de bons choix, un droit pour lequel les femmes se sont toujours battues et doivent encore se battre pour que le petit échec ne se transforme pas en gros échec et pour avancer au nom des femmes dans le monde entier. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments from the floor? Yes, Wilhelmsen, please. Yes, the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias. En el tema de la paridad, la región de Centroamérica y de República Dominicana ha ido avanzando paso a paso en los parlamentos nacionales, hemos logrado legislar a favor de la mujer. Hemos logrado legislar la cuota política que debe de tenerse en los cargos de elección popular. Es así como en Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Panamá y República Dominicana ya se tiene legislado entre el 30 al 50%. Y en países como Honduras y Nicaragua hemos avanzado un poco más, no solo en lo que es la paridad, sino también la alternancia. Tal como lo dije al inicio, hemos avanzado, pero todavía hace falta un camino por recorrer. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the list is closed. We have still now the speaker from Bahrain.
نعم، شكرا جزيلا سيدتي الرئيسة. وددت أن أتداخل في هذا الموضوع المهم والملح والمستمر للأبد، ولكن أبدأ من حيث أن انتهت زميلاتي وأقول بأننا نحن رؤساء البرلمانات الموجودين حاليا في هذه القاعة نتحمل مسؤولية كبيرة لكي نساهم مساهمة إيجابية في تغيير الصورة النمطية التي هي تعاني منها المرأة حول العالم. فنحن مسؤولات عن ذلك لكي نفتح المجال للأخريات اللواتي سيأتين من بعدنا إن شاء الله. ففي مملكة البحرين ولله الحمد استطعنا أن ندخل في هذا المعترك السياسي، ولدينا حاليا حوالي 19% سيدات في المجلسين المنتخب والمعين دون اللجوء إلى الكوتا ودون التمييز الإيجابي. وها أنا أمامكم امرأة دخلت هذا المعترك 3 مرات، في المرة الثالثة حصلت على شرف وجودي في تحت قبة البرلمان. ولم يكتفي زملائي بذلك، إنما تم انتخابي أيضا رئيسة لهذا المجلس، وهي المرة الأولى أن يتم. فبذلك نستطيع أن نقول بأن ما سوف يأتي هو الأفضل والأجمل، ونتجاوز يعني المجتمع البحريني استطاع أن يتجاوز موضوع الجندر والنوع الاجتماعي بالنظر إلى المواطن الكفء الذي يستطيع أن يحمل مسؤولياته ويساهم مساهمة إيجابية في العملية التشريعية والرقابية. فأنا أدعو أخواتي وأدعو جميع النساء اللواتي في السلطة التشريعية أن يكون هما يحملون راية التغيير، تغيير الصورة النمطية. نعم، المتواجدات حاليا لا يرتقي إلى التمثيل الحقيقي لنسبة النساء في المجتمع، ولا حتى إلى مستوى الطموح الذي لدينا، ولكن هي البداية، وعلينا نحن المسؤولية للاستمرار فيها، بحيث أن يكون في يوم ما 50% كما هو تمثيلنا في المجتمعات بصورة عامة. لكم كل الشكر.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to close the list from the floor, but I would like to ask you if you have any comments. Any comments on what was said? Yes.
Talvez reafirmar apenas que é uma luta que todas nós mulheres devemos fazer. Nós, as mulheres que conseguimos ser parlamentares, devemos incentivar para que mais raparigas se possam interessar pela política. E isto pressupõe melhor acesso à educação, melhor acesso à saúde.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree on that, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Me gustaría decirles que en el tránsito a efectivamente ejercer nuestros derechos ya ha sido una pelea, una lucha de mucho tiempo. Y vuelvo a decir que aspiro que en el siglo XXI, después de todas estas luchas, de una vez por todas, esa equidad que en tantos discursos escuchamos se concrete, porque me parece que ha pasado demasiado tiempo para no poder estar nosotras con nuestro aporte donde se decide la vida de nuestros países.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this panel. I think when we Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Je voudrais aussi intervenir pour dire combien il est important d'être exemplaire. La fonction que nous exerçons est une fonction qui est encore rare, hein, et donc nous devons l'utiliser pour donner l'espoir aux femmes et plus particulièrement aux jeunes femmes, aux jeunes filles, pour leur donner l'envie de se lancer et d'oser se lancer en politique en continuant le travail pour lever les freins grâce à des politiques qui sont sensibles au genre, grâce à des quotas. Ils sont encore nécessaires. Dans notre pays, on atteint plus de 40% de femmes dans les parlements, mais il ne faudrait pas faire marche arrière. J'ai entendu plusieurs témoignages où les chiffres devenaient moins bons aux élections récentes, et donc il faut être très vigilant de ne pas perdre ses droits. Et enfin, en se fondant sur ces statistiques genrées, il est possible alors de remédier grâce à la législation. Par exemple, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, beaucoup de femmes sont investies dans les matières égalité des genres, santé, sociale, et à l'inverse, elles ne se trouvent pas dans les commissions ou les travaux de la défense, des finances, de l'intérieur, qui sont évidemment réservés prioritairement aux hommes. Mais cela, ce n'est pas écrit dans les textes. C'est juste des comportements stéréotypés, et pour en finir, il faut les comptabiliser. Une fois que nous aurons ces statistiques, alors on peut agir et rétablir, et tenter à tout le moins de rétablir les choses. Mais ce qui est le plus important, c'est de donner la chance à tous de faire ce qu'on a envie de faire, parce que c'est ça qu'on fait le mieux.
Thank you very much. So it is clear that you are key actors and role models for the next generation as well. And I think what was also important is that with women on board or women at the table, the perspective of policy changes. And that's why it's so important to have more women. Thank you very much. We now need, yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We now need 5 minutes to change the microphones, because we are going to have now 6 persons here on the panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here
Well,
with
thank you. So,
We have half of them.
yes.
And the other half is being
Okay,
Hi,
hello, nice to meet you. You're from?
Honduras.
Honduras.
Yes.
I know you. Hello.
Hello.
You are from?
Cyprus.
Ah, it's Cyprus, yes. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. So. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll see. I hope the others work as well. While we are still writing the history of the pandemic, unfortunately, as we see, everybody's covering and we have to make tests. Unfortunately, it's not over at all. We have also to talk about the future. We realized during this pandemic how fragile we are as a planet, how fragile our global economy is, and the difficult task will be to improve environmental and social norms. Gender equality certainly will or might help us to do so. So we move on to the next motion on economic recovery. The motion is laws, policies and resource allocations that aim to empower women economically will help to achieve a global economic recovery post-pandemic. As you can see, and we are very pleased, we have 6 women speakers here with us. And I want to welcome Ms. Akiko Santo, the President of the House of Councils of Japan. Loba, the Ms. Shabina Gafarova, the chairwoman of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan, welcome. Ms. Fanny Carolina Salinas Fernandez, the president of the Central American Parliament, welcome. They will speak for the motion, and we have Ms. Anita Demetriou, the president of the House of Representatives of Cyprus, welcome. And Ms. Claudia Roth, the vice president of the German Bundestag. Thank you very much for being with us. They both will share slightly different views. So I would like to start with Ms. Santo from Japan.
IPU が対面で主催する女性議長会議に出席し、皆様の前で発言できることを大変嬉しく、また、just a moment. Yes, just a moment.
This mic.
Yes. Just a moment. One more. パンデミックに見舞われて以来、初めての IPU が対面で主催する女性議長会議に出席し、皆様の前で発言できることを大変嬉しく、また光栄に思います。まず、東京オリンピック・パラリンピックについて一言申し上げます。パンデミックの影響により、多くの競技場において無観客開催を余儀なくされましたが、さまざまな逆境を乗り越えて日本に集まったアスリートたちは全力で熱戦を繰り広げ、私たちはその姿に心を強く揺さぶられました。選手団を派遣くださったすべての国に、我が国を代表して感謝を申し上げます。Thank you very much. 女性は感染症がもたらす経済危機の影響を最も強く受けております。パンデミックにより経済的打撃を受けた観光業、宿泊業、飲食業等の産業部門は女性を多く雇用しています。また、女性は男性に比べて非正規労働の割合が高く、雇用創出や収入源に陥りやすい状況に置かれています。日本の例で言えば、我が国で初めて緊急事態宣言が出された2020年4月の就業者数の減少は、前月と比較して男性が39万人、女性が70万人でした。特に飲食・宿泊業などで女性就業者数の減少が大きくなっています。これに対し、本年6月に定めた女性活躍、男女共同参画の重点方針2021において、女性のデジタル技能の学び直しや教育訓練の推進、一人親に対する職業訓練の強化、困難や不安を抱える女性に対する相談支援の推進などを政策の指標として掲げました。しかし、ここで重要なのは、残念ながら我が国で平時におけるジェンダー平等、男女共同参画が進んでいなかったことがあります。私は今般の危機をこれまで隠されていた構造的な問題に対応する好機と捉えています。旧来の男女間、固定的な性別役割分担を見直し、女性のエンパワーメントに関する立法、政策立案を進めることこそ、ポストパンデミックにおいて国が成長を遂げる鍵となると確信しています。この2年間、議長として議論を見守る中で、 この難局に対し、実に多くの女性議員が活発に問題提起し、多様な視点で政策の必要性を改めて確認した次第です。この場においても、尊敬する皆様方からさまざまな意見を吸収できればと思っています。以上でございます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Thank you very much. We come now to our next speaker, Ms. Karelova from Russia. Please have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, позвольте поприветствовать всех участниц саммита от имени председателя Совета Федерации Валентины Матвиенко и подчеркнуть высокую актуальность обсуждаемой темы. Действительно, от пандемии пострадало не только здоровье людей, но и здоровье экономик. Что касается женщин, то мы наблюдаем две разнонаправленных тенденции. С одной стороны, женщины, и это сегодня звучало, оказались, несомненно, более уязвимы. Многие столкнулись со снижением зарплат, потерей бизнеса, снижением сбережений и ростом закредитованности. С другой стороны, именно женщины проявили большую гибкость и адаптивность. Проведенные нами совместно с международными и общественными организациями исследования показывают, что именно женщины в кризисной ситуации оперативно перестраивали бизнес, находили креативные решения. Так, 16% российских предпринимательниц стали развивать бизнес в новых направлениях. 93% нацелены на дальнейшее развитие своего бизнеса. Это еще раз подтверждает правильность курса на необходимость перераспределения ресурсов, направленных на расширение экономических возможностей женщин в целях обеспечения стабильности национальных экономик. В России в период пандемии именно на женщин в первую очередь были направлены меры финансовой поддержки, что оперативно обеспечивалось законодательно. Оказана масштабная помощь малому и среднему бизнесу, в котором женщин более 40%. Параллельно реализованы беспрецедентные меры поддержки семей с детьми. Такой подход помогает женщинам сохранить финансовую устойчивость. Коллеги, убеждена, что наш саммит придаст новый импульс законодательной работе. И поэтому наши дискуссии по этой теме, мы полагаем, должны быть продолжены. В частности, это обсуждение мы планируем продолжить на Третьем Евразийском женском форуме, который состоится в Санкт-Петербурге в октябре 2021 года. Пользуясь случаем, приглашаю вас всех принять участие в форуме. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Now we come to Mrs. Gafarova from Azerbaijan. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to attend this summit and to give speech. Our focus on the women in the pandemic and the post-pandemic is a recognition of their significant contribution to a better and safer world. Today, women being the main part of our societies continue to play an important role in responding to challenges imposed by the global health crisis. I do believe that today it is important to empower women to save our achievements and to develop them in post-pandemic period. Dear participants, I would like to brief you on the achievements my country has in women empowerment. Azerbaijan has a proud history in providing good environment for women to play an important role in the society. Azerbaijan was the first country in the Muslim world granting women the right to vote and to be elected. It happened in 1918, even earlier than in many European countries. After restoring its independence in 1991, Azerbaijan has made considerable progress in empowering women, including the establishment of the State Committee on Women Issues, orders on the increase of role of women, and state policy on women, as well as adoption of various laws dealing with the eradication of gender inequality and violence against women. And today, women in Azerbaijan take high decision-making positions as well. It should be mentioned that specific budgetary allocations have been made to ensure an increase in the gender mainstreaming process in Azerbaijan. Some international projects on this issue are being implemented in Azerbaijan now. Dear participants, I believe that in time of pandemic, special attention should be paid worldwide to the needs and concerns of the women and girls who are refugees and internally displaced persons, in particular by advocating and promoting their rights to return to their places of origin in dignity and safety. Unfortunately, nowadays, there are many countries having these vulnerable groups, and one of these countries is Azerbaijan. We have more than 1 million refugees and IDPs who left their homes, followed by the Armenian aggression at the end of the 20th century. And the big part of them are women and girls. After the 44-day patriotic war last year, Azerbaijan, by its military political means, put an end to nearly a 30-year-long occupation of 20% of our territories by Armenia and liberated its historical land Karabakh and restored its territorial integrity. It was followed by the signing of the trilateral statement on 10 November 2020, aimed at ensuring sustainable peace in the region. Unfortunately, the process is currently hindered by the mined areas of the liberated lands left by Armenian occupants and continuous provocations on our borders by Armenia. Dear participants, I strongly believe that we parliamentarians will do our best efforts on the way to help conflict-affected women in having a meaningful and productive life in new circumstances in post-pandemic. And I hope that the results of our summit will contribute to the well-being of women and girls. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this point. Next, Madame Fernandez, please, you have the floor. You could also stay seated if you like. Yes.
Buenas tardes, queridas compañeras. Es para mí un honor poder dirigirme a ustedes en mi calidad de presidenta del Parlamento Centroamericano, un órgano político del Sistema de Integración de Centroamérica y de República Dominicana. La pandemia provocada por el COVID-19 sorprendió al mundo entero y nos atacó de una forma inimaginable, ya que nadie estaba preparado para poder enfrentar una enfermedad como esta, un enemigo invisible pero mortal, que provocó el confinamiento en nuestros hogares, el aislamiento que ha provocado que las mujeres desempeñemos muchos roles de los cuales hoy todavía seguimos haciéndolo. En tiempos de pandemia, como mujeres, hemos tenido que desarrollar más tareas. Somos madres, somos maestras a tiempo completo, amas de casa, esposas, psicólogas, enfermeras, trabajadoras, etc. También en la época de la pandemia es cuando se han registrado más ataques en contra de la mujer, más abusos y violencia familiar. La situación de cuarentena o confinamiento ha conllevado serias amenazas a la seguridad de muchas mujeres y niñas que sufren violencia en sus hogares, ya que aumentó el tiempo que las mujeres están en casa y con miles de tareas para realizar y se ha reducido la posibilidad de buscar ayuda. En países de la región que cuentan con una medición Al menos una de cada 4 mujeres ha experimentado un episodio de violencia física o sexual infligida por su pareja en la mayoría de los países de Latinoamérica. La pandemia ha puesto de relieve la desigualdad entre hombres y mujeres, pero también ha cristalizado la importancia de los cuidados para la sostenibilidad de la vida. Es clave hoy poder reflexionar en este espacio y poder actuar sobre la poca visibilidad que tienen los cuidados de las diversas actividades de las mujeres en la economía de nuestra región, Centroamérica y República Dominicana. Urge pensar las respuestas a las necesidades de la población desde un enfoque de género. Es muy importante y debemos de trabajar hacia la incorporación de la perspectiva de género en las políticas macroeconómicas de protección social y de empleo, entre otros. Según la CEPAL, los 7 años de lento crecimiento económico que se han venido acumulando en América Latina y el Caribe, con tasas crecientes de pobreza extrema y de desigualdad, podrían afectar significativamente a las mujeres, tal como lo advirtió. Si los efectos del COVID-19 llevan a la pérdida del ingreso del 5% de la población económicamente activa, la pobreza podría aumentar en un 3.5 porcentual. Eso, compañeras mujeres, implica 107 millones de mujeres en la región se encontrarían en una situación de pobreza. Es importante que podamos hacer una reflexión en cuanto a estos datos que hoy varias instituciones nos dan. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Impressive figures, yes, we heard. Now the next one is Ms. Demetrio. Please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, first of all, I'm honored to address the summit as the first ever elected president, women president for my country, and you will allow me, before anything else, to express my grave concern over the unspeakable humanitarian crisis that is unfolding across Afghanistan. Violence and chaos have forced thousands of people to flee their country, of whom 80% of women and girls, fearing for their basic human rights, their safety and freedom of movement. Afghan women and girls are at risk of being deprived of their participation in public life, their access to education, employment, health and justice. Rights and freedoms, they have become an integral part of life for women and girls in Afghanistan during the last 20 years may vanish if the international community fails to act swiftly and collectively to safeguard their fundamental human rights. As legislators, we must do our utmost to ensure the security of Afghan women and girls, provide humanitarian aid and support, and make sure their voices can be heard. We must act now and exercise our influence where necessary. We cannot remain complacent and passive in the face of yet another emergency. Dear fellow women speakers, the impact of crises are never gender neutral. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused a huge health, economic and social crisis which calls for a gender-responsive recovery. Recovery efforts must focus on women's economic empowerment, which in turn will help bridge gender gaps in all spheres of public life, economic, social and political. Parliaments across the world must aim at generating the necessary political will towards achieving women's financial empowerment. We must step up our efforts to lift persisting obstacles for the full implementation of relevant policies and measures, both in time of crisis and in a post-COVID-19 world. We must make women's economic empowerment a key component of national recovery plans. Through our core functions which pertain to enacting legislation, exercising parliamentary oversight, approving the state budget and representing our citizens, we do have the means to enable a sustainable post-pandemic recovery. So we need to adopt and implementing specific policies. That is the first one. And second of all, we need to restructure a social system. Dear colleagues, no country can prosper without the engagement and the empowerment of women, which all women and girls in their diversity and talents must be adequately represented across the educational, social, economical, and political environments. Bold and unwavering action is necessary across the world to bring women into the heart of decision-making in large numbers and as full partners. There is no doubt that this can and must be done now if we are to achieve a resilient and sustainable post-pandemic recovery. So let's merge together in action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the last speaker is you, please, Madame Roth.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear friends. I think after the painful COVID social distancing, this meeting, this conference, this gathering is really very, very important. Important for deepening our understanding of each other and the challenges women and marginalized communities are facing worldwide. Important also to reinforce empathy across borders and urgently needed to strengthen our feminist ties in order to step up our joint actions for democracy and for human rights. What unites us is a fundamental notion that women's rights are human rights because women are human beings. And that is a question of justice, that marginalization and unjust distribution of power and resources must be overcome in this world in which patriarchy is still so painfully alive. Saying this, you might rightly ask why I'm opposing this motion on laws that aim to empower women economically. I have to oppose it because I am convinced that aiming for minor changes only, for some small adjustments while maintaining an inherent unjust economic system, the male-dominated, the post-colonial, the ecologically destructive, the unjust pre-COVID system would not be doing us a favor, would only be for the benefit of some already privileged women while reinforcing the injustices faced by millions of women and girls. Of course, women and girls should be economically empowered, but not in order to instrumentalize them, but not for the sake of someone else's benefit, not while ignoring the root causes of injustices. It is a question of human rights and global justice that our societies and economies allow all to thrive in dignity. So when we think bold, we have to be in favor not of economic recovery, but of economic transformation, a feminist, a decolonial, a socio-ecological transformation of our global system that includes the redistribution of unpaid care work, that includes just allocation of resources between the North and the South, between all genders and all people, that of course includes combating the climate crisis. So let's be bold in our demands. Let's not aim for minor chances. Let's aim for feminist transformations. And let us not forget the women in Afghanistan, the girls in Afghanistan, and I won't forget the brave and courageous women of Belarus, like Maria Kolesnikova. This morning, she was sentenced to 11 years of prison. Why? Because she was fighting for democratic rights and freedom.
Thank you very much. Very interesting inputs from your side. Now we have the possibility to have 2 or 3 comments from the floor. So are there any comments from the floor? Everybody agrees and everybody is very impressed by your speeches. I think that what was important was to hear that we have to think big. We have to change systems, because if we give women just a little bit of power, or just, for example, if we have female parliamentarians in parliament, then there is the question, do they really have power? So we have to empower women in any case, but we also have to think big. And what was mentioned was that it is important to support women with education and with training. It was also mentioned that there are special need is needed for single mothers. So these are areas where we should focus on. The main obstacles for women to participate in the labor market certainly is, again, and we kind of go in circles, is the family care and the duties they have to do. So we have to support on that. In all the sessions, this was one of the main issues. How do we manage to get fathers to do the family work and support women if they have children, so that they can be part of the labor market but also have their families. So the work must be divided. Any comments so far? Are there any remarks from your side to the other speakers? No? I think it's kind of we have to change the cultural norms, and this can be done by education, and this can be done today in another session. Media was mentioned. We need media for that, and we need the parliamentarians, the female parliamentarians, to act as role models. Mm-hmm. You want to? Yes, please. Yeah. You can stay seated. Yes.
アイデアで、ベビーシッターの会社であるとか、あるいは食品関係、大変大きく伸びている会社がたくさんございます。しかしその女性経営者の悩みというのは、やはり事業を起こそうとしたときに金融機関の融資というものがなかなか認められないということ、これが非常にネックになっております。ですからやはりそうした金融機関の人たちの意識というものをやはりもっと女性経営者というものを信頼して、そしてチャレンジさせようという気持ちを持ってもらいたいなと思って、そうした環境をぜひ私どもも作っていかなければと思っております。
Thank you. Very interesting. But we have to get women into the bank system and economy. Madam Roth, you wanted to have the floor.
I think it is important what the colleague from Japan said, that we should understand that the crisis is a chance, but not for small developments, but for a structural and systematic reform, because we are not only faced by the pandemic, but we are faced worldwide by a polypandemic. And if you look who are the victims, but also those who can do something against it, it's always women. We have a tremendous increase of hunger in the world. We have poverty after the pandemic. We have inequality. We have violence, especially women and girls. We have the problem of authoritarianism, more repression, and we have the problem of education, especially
terrible perspective for girls' child. And I see now the president of Bangladesh, of the Parliament of Bangladesh, we have the climate crisis, and we see who are those who are suffering most, also women and children. So we need really a completely transformation, a social ecological transformation. And the second point I wanted to mention is I was so happy that the Swedish former foreign minister Margot Wallström, she defined and redefined foreign policy as a feminist foreign policy. So what does feminism today mean? It's not only good for women, it's also good for everybody, because it insists on self-determination without repression and in freedom. And I think this should be the starting point for us, and not to be too modest.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You wanted to have the floor?
Yes. Bueno, muchas gracias.
Sorry.
Disculpe.
Just very
Just
quickly
please
to
stick
say,
to the 1 minute. if
yes,
possible.
1 minute, just very, very briefly to say that we need to understand, and I strongly agree with Claudia, that equality is a matter of democracy. So we need to, what we are saying today, it needs to be addressed to everybody, all the men in the world, the presidents, the MPs, and realize that all the matters of human rights, they are not only concerned by women. So the crisis it is, dear Claudia, a chance for rebirth, for opportunities, because I strongly believe that all the problems they are brought to the surface now, it is our main task as legislators, as the presidents of the House, to be in front and take the initiatives, stand in front of everybody and give a clear and a crystal political message that we will not leave the society as it is, and we are not going to spend another 200 years until we will succeed the equality. So it is in our hand to give the right direction.
Thank you. We are not patient anymore, right?
Yes. Muchas gracias. Realmente yo coincido con todas mis compañeras. El punto, el pilar básico aquí es la educación para la mujer. Todavía en la región de Centroamérica y de República Dominicana luchamos contra lo que es el embarazo precoz de niñas de 15, 14, 13 años teniendo bebés. Y nosotros hemos legislado hacia ese punto, pero no basta con la legislación que los parlamentos podamos hacer. Aquí el punto fundamental es la educación, porque entre más educadas estemos nosotras las mujeres, mejores oportunidades vamos a tener. Así que considero que además de legislar en tantos temas para poder protegernos como mujeres, también es necesario políticas claras y directas hacia la educación de la mujer. Así es como lograremos tener mejores derechos, mejores protecciones. Gracias.
Thank you very much. Very interesting debate. I think we have to take another week or two to continue and discuss all those issues. But it's very important to start with and to make it visible. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
panelists, please put on your microphones.
We're just equipping them with
Yes,
the
yeah,
microphones.
yeah.
And if you want to say that again, apparently
Okay.
there's not engagement enough on social media.
Okay.
So don't hesitate as we wait for them
Yes,
to come.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
reading them,
okay. Thank you.
And I think we're fine.
We're fine, yes.
We'll shorten the coffee break a little bit.
Okay. Well, so we have... Dear colleagues, in the meantime, while the microphones are equipped, I just want to remind you on our social media, please join the conversation by hashtag 13SWSP. Hello, nice to meet you.
Yes, very
Thank
nice
you
to
very
meet
much. I stick to the... Madame Seda.
You know each other very well.
Second woman and third woman of president. Yeah. So.
I'm so happy to see you. So happy to see you.
Nein, das ist nicht meines. Hier, da ist noch eines, das weggehört, das ist meines. Nein, das ist nicht meines, das ist meines. Yes. Yes. But it's good to have
Different perspectives.
Yes. Welcome. Please take a seat. Do you have headphones? No, the headphones. Oh, yes. Okay. So, dear speakers, dear presidents of parliament, we come to our last motion. And this is a very irritating and wide area, violence against girls and women. Wild field because violence shows itself in many different, very ugly grimaces, from domestic violence to femicide, from humanitarian trafficking to female genital mutilation. The third motion is by 2030, we try it again with 2030, violence against women and girls and harmful practices such as child marriage and female genital mutilation will have disappeared. To debate on this topic, I'm pleased to have with us Ms. Shirin Shamreen Chaudhary, the Speaker of Parliament of Bangladesh. And Ms. Mabel Chinomona, the President of the Senate of Zimbabwe. They will speak, welcome, they will speak against the motion. And we have Mrs. Margareta Cederfeld, the President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OSCE, of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, who will speak in favor of the motion. So thank you all three for being here with us. Let me start with you, Madame Chaudhary, please. If you want, if you wish, yes.
Good afternoon. Warm greetings from Bangladesh Parliament. It is indeed a great honor to join the 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament and take part in the debate, Motion 3, quote, by 2030, violence against women and girls and harmful practices such as child marriage and female genital mutilation will have disappeared, unquote. I thank IPU and the Parliament of Republic of Austria for this well-arranged event in the beautiful city of Vienna. I will be speaking against the motion this afternoon. Year 2030 is not even a decade away. It is knocking at the door. This gives us very little time to achieve the rather overambitious goal set out in today's motion, dealing with century-old persisting problem, violence against women. Violence against women is a long-drawn, complex issue impeding the progress of women empowerment and gender equality. It is embedded in multiple factors: deep-seated stereotype mindset and thinking pattern, set perceptions and notions, conventions, customs, norms, practices prejudicing women and girls, socioeconomic and cultural factors, gender-based discrimination, and many more. Bringing about positive changes will require educating and empowering women and girls, adopting innovative and proactive policies and legislation. It needs more women representation and more women leaders in different sectors for impactful change. But what do we see? What is the ground reality? The ground reality is quite different, and that is why I say the goal is not achievable by 2030. At global level, only 25% representation of women parliamentarians, even in the light of reserve seats for women. And there are many more quota and reserve provision for women in different sectors, but still we are not being able to ensure parity yet. While 70% women work in health sector, only 25% are in leadership position. Political parties often committing to have 33% representation of women within a certain time frame do not comply with their commitment. On top of that, daunting challenges have arisen due to COVID-19. We need to adopt important strategic and recovery plans to deal with that. COVID-19 posed disproportionate burden on women by reinforcing pre-existing inequalities and deepening gender-based violence on women and girls. This requires focused attention and innovative steps to deal with the differentiated impacts of pandemic. Child marriage, for instance. There are legislations to restrain child marriage in many countries of the world, but still we see that it continues. It is more because it is deep-seated, and we need to encourage the worth of a girl child within the family framework, within the society, in order to put a restraint on child marriage. So legislation alone is not being able to deal with it. Unless we increase women representation in all spheres, public, private, unless we allow women to climb up the ladder to have leadership positions, unless we bring about policy and legislative changes through gender lens and perspective, create awareness and educate all, including men, against stereotype thinking, economically empower women and educate girls at a much faster pace to get there by 2030. But I don't want to sound pessimistic. We cannot take forever to achieve the goal, nor can we give up. Violence against women is grave violation of human rights. Violence against women cannot be allowed to continue. Violence against women must stop and must stop now.
Thank you very much.
We must therefore choose to challenge gender inequality as a movement, attracting wider audience, and as we celebrate Beijing Plus 25, we have to work together to achieve the goal and free women being subjected to such violence. I would like to conclude with a quote from British Premier Margaret Thatcher, former Premier. "You may have to fight a battle more than once to win it. Let us continue our endeavor in achieving an equal future for all." Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Kinumana, please, you have the floor. Please think of the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, without drastic cultural change, political and economic empowerment, women will continue to suffer violations in communities beyond 2030. Violence against women and girls is a real challenge, firmly rooted in social and cultural factors, as well as in political and economic inequalities. To end this violence, we need to break patriarchy and end the culture of silence. Cultural change is a slow process. WHO's 2021 data indicates that 1 in 3 women globally are subjected to physical or sexual violence, a number that has remained unchanged over the past decades. Therefore, the 2030 target cannot be realized. Women living in poverty are more vulnerable to violence, hence the need for economic empowerment. There remains 2 main barriers, including lack of funding, weak financial inclusion, illiteracy, among other things. In addition, burden of unpaid household chores limit women's participation in the national economy on equal footing with men. The COVID-19 crisis has further increased the pre-existing burden of unpaid work on women. Women are underrepresented in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, representing only 35% of the world's STEM graduates in 2020. With less than 10 years until 2030, it will provide impossible for many countries to address this gap. Without inclusion of women in STEM, their vulnerability to abuse will remain unabated. To be protected from violence, women political empowerment is necessary. Since Beijing 25 years ago, women's representation in parliaments has increased by merely 10%. At this rate, it would take 50 years to achieve gender parity in most countries. Political parties are themselves deeply patriarchal, male-dominated entities that have been slow to transform without unwavering political commitment. It is highly likely that women political empowerment will remain unfulfilled beyond 2030. Therefore, without political power,
women will be subject to manipulation and exploitation. According to recent UNICEF reports, some 650 million girls and women around the world today have been married as children, and over 200 million have been subjected to female genital mutilation. Eliminating child marriages takes, among other things, addressing poverty, cultural and religious beliefs, and inequalities. Persisting inherent challenges include weak reporting systems of forced and child marriages, funding to provide effective prevention and related response services. As part of gender response budgeting has not been institutionalized in most countries. This will unlikely be achieved by 2030. Zimbabwe has had its own share of challenges relating to violence against women and harmful cultural practices. To address some of these challenges, the new marriages bill currently before Parliament seeks to synchronize marriage laws and ban marriage of anyone below 18 years of age. Our government has always been committed to ending violence against women through enactment of various pieces of legislation and establishment of various structures such as the National Gender-Based Violence Strategy 2012 to 2015 and the Anti-Domestic Violence Council. The 2030 target remains unrealistic to achieve because what we are witnessing is that it is not only legislation and structures that will lead to societies free of violence against women, but issues embedded within cultures and patriarchal systems that have to be addressed. Change of that magnitude does not take 10 years, it takes generations.
Think of the time, please.
To this end, parliaments are called upon to continue being part of the definition of solutions amongst them, enactment of new laws whilst strengthening existing ones that criminalize and punish violence against women, cause drafting of policies on reporting, data gathering, and also facilitate an intersectional approach to reaching groups most marginalized in countries. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We come to our last speaker, Madame Cederfeld.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished speakers, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. A few weeks ago, the world watched in horror when the Taliban walked in Kabul. I mention this because Afghanistan is have observer status to OSCE. Countries around Afghanistan are members of OSCE. We saw a horrid image of men, women, children risking their lives to escape an oppressive regime. The regime of the Taliban is synonymous with violence and the oppression of women. Under their regime, women have been subject to harm, practice, and relegated to mere objects. Yet, over the past 20 years, Afghan women have made great contribution to rebuilding a state and a more equal society. They have been medical doctors, teachers, artists, journalists, politicians, and judges. And now, all of us have seen scenes from the TV, from reports where kids, young women are saying they will not have the possibility to study. And this might affect Afghanistan for the future, as well as the rest of the world, because no country is alone. They are all related to each other in some way. And this also gives us as politicians and you as speakers a very important role, because we can have an impact. All of us who are in this room, we can speak out, use the public debate. This is very important, to not be quiet, to act. but also, as said earlier, to make laws, but not stop with that. Also follow up and request and demand implementation. Of course, end early marriage is another topic. If a woman is not possible to earn an income, how should she survive? It's marriage. And sometimes the parents gives away the girls instead of sending them to school. This is what we have to fight for, to stop. We should also, as politicians and you as speakers, demand statistics, follow-ups, transparency, not let any violence against women hand behind the closed doors. What I also would like to mention, one of the introduction remarks in the first session was given by the OSCE Special Representative on Gender, Dr. Heidi Frey, and she highlights the growing crisis of violence against women journalists as well as politicians. And this is, of course, related to increased level of violence, where we have observed also in the society as a whole. And we have, as I said, to stop it. And not only to say it, we as politicians can do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll see if there is a comment from the floor. This is not the case. So I think we had some important points now. We had the assumption that we have too little time to reach this goal in 2030. But on the other hand, we know if it's some more years later, we just have to carry on. We just have to be, we have to fight. We don't have to stop. We have to stop being patient. We need transparency. That's what you said. We need the media, and there I just want also to mention the tragedy that we see now in Afghanistan. So the media and journalists who help us to be transparent. We need, for this transparency, we need statistics, and we need to make people aware what it is all about. And this is so important. We have to make people in our constituencies being aware what is going on and how the situation is in reality, and we have to show the statistics. And we have to create something like a field where we do not allow violence against women anymore. And of course, we all would like to have it in 2030, and the sooner the better. I think the hope that you gave us, Madame Cederfeld, was to keep on fighting, and I think we all do this. So we come to an end of this session. If there are no more remarks, you want to have some remarks here on the panel? No, it's okay. You want to say something? Yes, please.
Yes, I could. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And what I would like to say, of course, parliamentarians can't change the world by ourselves. There needs also to be cooperation with experts, with universities, with civil society, because the higher level of engagement it will be drop off in the society. It will lead to a change. But as politicians, as speakers, as government, there need to be the leadership and a lot of engagement. But what I also would like to say is that I see this meeting as very important. With women as speakers of parliament, it's also a leading star for other women to look up to. And I remember when I was a member of OSCE PA, and
Christine.
Yes, Christine Mutternen was president. And this means that you were a model for me to look up to. And I think if young women could have other women to look up to and know that if they manage, I can also do it. So you have been a very important woman in OSCE, not only as president, but also as a model for others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear participants, dear speakers, thank you very much for these fruitful and very inspiring discussions we had now, and we had the whole day. There is still a lot to do, but we won't give up. I don't think we won't give up. We are all here very inspired, and I just want to thank you very much for your participation and for your fight. It's not just for us, it's for our daughters and our granddaughters, and it's for the girls and boys, because I think only together men and women can change the world, but we give the kick to change the world. So thank you very much, and now I give over the floor to our chair of the whole sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Ms. Martin, for your inspiring way of moderating these two sessions. Thank you so much, and thank you to all who have contributed to the discussions. It's been an important day, and we need more time to talk, but we will take that time and we will meet again, right? Now we will actually meet again in 5 minutes. I will say that we will have a short coffee break, only 5 minutes, and then we will be back here for the closing session. So have a small coffee break, and I'll see you back in 5 minutes, 15:45. Thank you. follow. Okay. No. Okay. Fellow speakers, women speakers, shall we start the closing session? Yes, we should, right? Yes. Okay, welcome back. We've really had a productive day of interactive debates. We've heard the thoughts and perspectives of women speakers from all over the world. And before we move to our closing session, I want us to hear a message, a spoken message from the Senate of Uzbekistan, and the message is in Russian. So you might prefer to take on your translation gear, yes. Okay, so then we are ready for the spoken message from the Senate of Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Уважаемая госпожа председатель, уважаемые председатели парламентов, ваше превосходительство, дамы и господа. Позвольте приветствовать всех вас на сегодняшнем 13-м саммите, посвященном чрезвычайно важной теме. Хотела бы выразить благодарность австрийскому парламенту и правительству, секретариату и руководству Межпарламентского союза за прекрасную организацию нашей встречи в гостеприимном городе Вена. Саммит демонстрирует рост авторитета женщин в государственной и мировой политике, их высокую роль в решении насущных проблем как на национальном, так и на международном уровне. Это отчетливо проявилось в период пандемии, которая нарушила привычный образ жизни людей во всем мире. Все страны учатся жить в новых условиях. В реализации задач, направленных на смягчение социально-экономических и гуманитарных последствий эпидемии, успешно участвуют женщины, матери, жены, наставники, главы государств, руководители и члены парламентов и правительств. Многие из них находятся на передовых позициях предоставления помощи населению. Они активно участвуют в организации медицинских услуг, служб социального обеспечения, гуманитарных акций, вносят существенный вклад в сдерживание эпидемии, а также в дальнейшее восстановление темпов экономического развития. Особо хотела бы отметить важность стимулирования и создания необходимых условий для специалистов системы здравоохранения, которые заслужили нашу искреннюю благодарность за проявленный героизм. Например, медработники Узбекистана нашли успешные методы лечения коронавируса, его сдерживания на ранних стадиях. В связи с этим наблюдаем самые высокие показатели вылечившихся от ковид-больных. При этом врачи, медсестры, санитарки обеспечены всеми средствами индивидуальной защиты. Существенно повышена их заработная плата. Заболевшим работникам здравоохранения оказывается безвозмездная материальная и медицинская помощь. Важно, чтобы женщины были равно предоставлены на руководящих постах, имели необходимые полномочия для принятия решений. Все мы хорошо знаем одну простую истину о том, что женщина, особенно в кризисной ситуации, управляет социально-экономическими процессами более эффективно. В Узбекистане женщины, занимающие руководящие должности, активно участвуют в сохранении достижений и вносят посильный вклад в дальнейший прогресс страны. Они – женщины-сенаторы и депутаты, женщины-министры, женщины-мэры городов и районов, женщины-банкиры, руководители более 400 неправительственных организаций, занимающихся вопросами девочек и женщин. Отрадно, что согласно рейтинга ООН и МПС «Женщины в политике» за 2021 год Узбекистан занимает 45-е место в мире по предоставленности женщин на самом высоком уровне власти. Это, несомненно, результат проводимой президентом Узбекистана государственной политики, которая находит позитивный отклик и высоко оценивается всей общественностью. Примером признания наших достижений служит то, что руководитель Сената парламента Узбекистана избрана председателем диалога женщин-лидеров стран Центральной Азии, неформального объединения, созданного по нашей инициативе. С учетом нашего опыта в вопросах повышения вклада женщин в повседневную жизнь, сохранения достижений и обеспечения прогресса, мы приглашаем вас на следующий 14-й саммит женщин руководителей парламентов, который планируем организовать в Узбекистане в 2022 году. Уважаемые участники встречи, дамы и господа, надеюсь, что по итогам работы сегодняшнего саммита будут разработаны полезные для всех нас рекомендации, которые будут направлены на усиление гендерного равноправия. Желаю всем плодотворных успехов и плодотворной работы. Благодарю за внимание.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, all of you who took part in the 2 sessions of exciting debates. All of your interventions coming from various perspectives are a valuable contribution to the overall deliberations of today's summit. During the first session, Women in the Pandemic, a Tribute to Everyday Heroes, we heard interesting discussions from fellow speakers of Parliament on how women are indeed the true heroes of the fight against the pandemic and the importance of guaranteeing that women are also an equal strength in levels of decision-making. We heard views on the provision of financial support for domestic care work while ensuring that women remain in the workforce through a more equal division of care work. We listened to discussions on the need for universal, gender-responsive social protection systems that must be addressed through legislation and changing our societal expectations of women and the family. During the second session, Women in the Post-Pandemic Recovery, Preserving Achievements, Furthering Progress, the debates centered around what we need to do by 2030 to achieve our shared goals. We discussed the strong need for gender parity in parliaments towards creating the policies that can achieve global economic recovery post-pandemic. We also shared how we can work towards the eradication of violence against women and girls in all forms. The pandemic brought us new challenges, such as global inequities in vaccines and access to medical support. However, it also gave us new opportunities, and women in power are showing the way on so many fronts. This debate reinforced that having gender-responsive legal reforms and economic policies that recognize women's unique work should not be separate from COVID-19 recovery, but must be integral to it. And that for building back better, we need to build back more equal. And speaking about challenges, as our fellow speaker from Cyprus emphasized in her remarks, we must stand up for women and girls' rights in Afghanistan. Sadly, Ms. Fawza Kofi did not arrive in time for today's summit, but we look forward to hearing her tomorrow. The Afghan girls and women rely on our support in these difficult times. As I mentioned, today's discussion will inform and contribute to the deliberations of the 5th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament starting tomorrow. Making gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls a priority on the global parliamentary agenda is urgently needed now more than ever. I would like to end by calling on each and every one of us to act now and to act together. We need to seize this opportunity to take bold, sustainable action for a gender equal tomorrow. Side by side, our parliaments can inspire the change we wish to see in our societies. And then I would like to call on Mr. Harald Dossi, the Secretary General of the Austrian Parliament, to deliver his closing remarks. So, Mr. Dossi, the floor is yours.
Sehr geehrte Parlamentspräsidentinnen, Frau Präsidentin, Herr Generalsekretär, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, als Generalsekretär des österreichischen Parlaments möchte auch ich mich ganz herzlich bei Ihnen für Ihre Teilnahme und für Ihr Kommen nach Wien bedanken. Ich weiß, es ist keine Selbstverständlichkeit, in diesen besonders turbulenten Zeiten physisch zusammenzutreffen und um sich auszutauschen. Die sehr gewissenhaften Schutz- und Vorsichtsmaßnahmen, die wir deshalb eingebaut haben, und ich bin mir sicher, manche von Ihnen als mühsam betrachtet haben, sind deshalb wirklich erforderlich, um die Sicherheit dieses Treffens zu gewährleisten. Und ich bin mir auch sicher, dass Sie das verstanden haben und verstehen werden. Wie der heutige Gipfel gezeigt hat, ist aber genau dieser persönliche Austausch so wichtig, damit Parlamentarierinnen und Parlamentarier verschiedener Länder aufeinander eingehen können, damit sie aktuelle Themen und Probleme aus verschiedenen Perspektiven begreifen können, diskutieren können und letztlich gesamtheitlicher sehen können. Und genau das ist ja die wichtige Voraussetzung dafür, dass Parlamente als Entscheidungsträger bei wichtigen globalen Herausforderungen fundierte Entscheidungen für ihre Bürgerinnen und Bürger treffen können. Und diese globalen Herausforderungen gibt es zur Genüge. Auch der heutige Tag hat das eindrucksvoll gezeigt. Die Covid-19-Krise und ihre Auswirkungen, Klimawandel, inner- und zwischenstaatliche Konflikte, Migration, Terrorismus, Digitalisierung, um nur einige zu nennen. Bei all diesen Herausforderungen ist die Rolle von Frauen und Mädchen ganz besonders bedeutsam. Dies kam sehr deutlich aus Ihren Diskussionen heraus. Wenn geschlechtsspezifische Dimensionen in Krisen nicht berücksichtigt werden, verschärfen sich bestehende Ungleichheiten und neue entstehen. Frauen sind und müssen ein essentieller Teil einer funktionierenden Krisenbewältigung und einer nachhaltigen Sicherheitsstruktur sein. Deshalb ist es besonders wichtig, dass Sie als Frauen in den höchsten parlamentarischen Entscheidungspositionen die parlamentarische Agenda mitgestalten, um bei allen politischen, wirtschaftlichen, ökologischen und sozialen Fragen geschlechtsspezifische Lösungen mit einzubeziehen. Die Schlussfolgerungen und Empfehlungen, die Sie heute diskutiert und beschlossen haben, werden in die Ergebnisse der Beratungen der morgigen 5. Weltkonferenz der Parlamente einfließen. Sie machen daher die Gleichstellung der Geschlechter und die Stärkung der Rolle von Frauen und Mädchen zu einer Priorität auf der Tagesordnung aller Parlamente. In diesem Sinne, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, bedanke ich mich sehr für Ihren wichtigen Beitrag zur heutigen Konferenz und wünsche Ihnen weitere konstruktive Beratungen beim morgen beginnenden 5. Gipfeltreffen der Parlamentspräsidentinnen. Abschließend möchte ich mich noch herzlich bei den Mitarbeiterinnen und Mitarbeitern der IPU, Martin Chungong an der Spitze, aber auch Anda Philipp und ihrem Team und selbstverständlich auch den Kolleginnen und Kollegen der österreichischen Parlamentsdirektion sehr, sehr herzlich bedanken für die ausgezeichnete Vorbereitung dieses Ereignisses. Ich wünsche Ihnen allen einen angenehmen Nachmittag und Abend in Wien und freue mich auf ein Wiedersehen morgen. Vielen Dank.
Thank you so much for your remarks, Mr. Doss, and thank you for hosting us in this beautiful city. For the final words, I invite Mr. Martin Chungong, the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, to give his closing message. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker Trøen. Thank you, Chair of this very important summit. Honorable Speakers of Parliament still present here, I know that you have lots of demands on your time, and the fact that you are staying here up until this late hour today is evidence of the importance that you grant to female leadership in today's world. So it gives me extreme pleasure to be able to say a few words during this closing session of your summit. I have seen the number of men who have preceded me to this podium, and I think that this symbolizes what Speaker Sobotka was saying this morning, that we need a behavioral transformation. Men should feel duty-bound to continue to work together with their female colleagues to effect the change that we need in society and bring about gender equality, and also to fight against violence against women. So it gives me pleasure, dear colleague Harold, to be here with you to show that the men are also with you, female leaders, to work towards that beneficial change that we want. I have been on and off in this room, and I have heard a lot of interesting things that have been said. Interesting not because they make us laugh or anything, but because I think it is important. It is evidence of the importance that we attach to the issues that are on the global agenda, the fact that women leaders can make a change. As I say, we have heard a lot about what women are doing and have been doing in the global effort to stem the pandemic. It has been impressive to hear those sacrifices that women have been making, the burdens that they've assumed in order to make sure that the world doesn't go down with the pandemic. We have heard you discuss efforts to ensure a gender-responsive economic recovery. And there you have talked about fair compensation and equal division of domestic work between men and women. And they need to come up, as you said, Speaker Trøen, they need to come up with universal social protection systems that cater equitably to men and women. From the policy level, we've had examples that you have given of what is happening in many countries, the progress that has been made, the provision of financial support to families for childcare based on the number of children, early retirement for women who have children with disabilities, mental health hotlines that support children and adolescents as they bounce back from the pandemic, and of course, policies that increase women's participation in decision-making, which ultimately improve the quality of legislation. I think there is no doubt, as has been mentioned, that when women are involved effectively in decision-making and in fashioning legislation, we come out with more effective outcomes. Speaker Trøen, you talked about building back better, and this means building back better, including addressing in a fair and equitable manner the differential needs of men and women. The pandemic has exposed us to some of the flaws in our society. And as we move towards the COVID-19 recovery, we need to ensure that there are stronger policies that are in place and can fill in the gaps. And it is your role as the parliamentary leadership to show the way for recovering in a better fashion. We count on your unflinching support in this regard. As has been said, your deliberations today will feed into the Conference of Speakers of Parliaments that is to begin tomorrow for the next 2 days. And we think that what you have said today is a befitting tribute to the role of parliamentary leadership, both men and women, in addressing the challenges of our times. And it's appropriately so, as the title of your conference has to deal with parliamentary leadership. So we are looking forward to transforming your deliberations into actionable outcomes that we can, as the IPU, promote as we move forward in helping to build a better world. We are confronted with a global problem, so we must approach the problem through the global lens. And this means that multilateralism will continue to be relevant and unavoidable. We have to work together to build a society of solidarity in addressing the concerns that challenge all of us. And it has been said, it is by working together that we can achieve better outcomes. I want also to use this opportunity to echo the concerns that have been expressed by many of you regarding the dire situation in Afghanistan. This is something that has just happened in the recent past, but we are all fully aware of the very difficult circumstances that the Afghan people, including and especially women, are going through. We have a special thought for them today, and as you said, Speaker Trøen, tomorrow we'll have the opportunity of hearing from somebody who has just come out of the quagmire of Afghanistan. And we can then see in real life what it is that the Afghan woman is going through under these circumstances. But I also have special thoughts for those countries that have so graciously accepted to take in helpless Afghan nationals, including members of parliament. As I speak, I am reminded of the plea that the Ugandan delegation has made. There are small countries like Uganda that are also harboring refugees from Afghanistan, and they need all our support, they need all our solidarity in order to give them the resources and the capacity to manage these refugee flows. So that is my appeal to this conference, that we look at those big countries that are providing support, but also the smaller countries that in their own modest way are helping to alleviate the suffering of the Afghan people. With that, Madam Chair, let me just conclude by saying thank you for so graciously chairing the summit. You have been with us at the very beginning. You chaired all the preparatory committees of the Women Speakers Conference, in addition to being a member of the preparatory committee of the Conference of Speakers itself. Thank you very much for your ongoing support. We look forward to working with you. But let me also say thank you to our hosts, represented here by my colleague Harold Dosey. They have been working night and day over the past several months since we mooted the idea of having the conference in Vienna. And I am very grateful to you for the support that we have received throughout the preparatory process. And I'm sure that the next few days will prove the point that when we put our hands together, we can achieve great outcomes. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here today with us, and we look forward to the deliberations tomorrow and the day after. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Mr. Shungang, for those inspiring words, and thank you for, well, organizing and arranging this in such a perfect manner, to you and your secretariat, and also, of course, to the Austrian hosts. Okay, colleagues, this concludes our 13th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament. Thank you to all the participants who joined us today and helped make this event a success. Please do not forget that a performance of the opera Tosca at the Vienna Opera House, organized by the Austrian Parliament, will be held at 7:30 p.m. this evening for our women speakers and one accompanying person. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well for the 5th World Conference of Speakers. And have a good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for today.